know that you can hear me crystal clear. All right. To start our today's program, may I request everyone to put ourselves in the most mighty and holy presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. Father, we praise you for this event and your purpose for it. We know that when we gather together, you always have a divine agenda. We love you for that. Father, that even we have done what you have asked, the results are so much greater than we could ever have imagined. Our prayer today is your will be done through this training. Take what we have prepared and multiply our efforts as only you can. Steer our intentions to align with your righteous will. Remind us of your faithful provision when our efforts fail us or fall short. May all glory may all glory go up to you when we reach the finish line and climb over benchmarks. Blanket us with your peace today. Father, keep us physically safe and guard our hearts and minds from pride and selfishness. Keep love at the forefront of our minds today and the guiding light for all we set out to accomplish and celebrate in Jesus' name. Amen. Once again, a blessed Wednesday morning to everyone. And this is your facilitator, Marky Duetes from the Capacity Development Division. And welcome to the third day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Government Procurement Reform Act or the Republic Act 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. Brought to you by none other than the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. Okay, as our daily routine for this training, let us first award our special tokens to our early bird participants today. Congratulations to our early bird participants from LGU Kabatuan, Mr. Nero Nimiano. All right. And for our second early bird, congratulations to LGU Santa Lucia, Mr. Gary Fernandez. That's the price of joining an hour early before the official start of the program. I mean, the price is surprise, by the way. Congratulations po once again, and our event secretariat shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special token. For today's PVP, we are going to play a put your finger down. So may I encourage everyone to please open their cameras as I'm going to ask you to show us your hands like this, showing your five fingers. So again, please with age, please show us your hands. So simple mechanics lang po. All you need to do is to put your finger down if you think the statement fits to you or if you can relate to the statement. Okay? All right? Our first question is, Nakapag-almusal na po ba kayo? Tingnan nga natin kung nakakain na po ang ating mga participants. Again na po put your finger down kung nakapag-almusal na po kayo. Mukhang hindi po nag-put ng finger down ng iba. Mukhang hindi pa sila po nakakakain. And yung iba naman po ay mukhang nakapag-almusal na. Sana all po nakapag-breakfast. So hindi po ako nakapag-finger down for this question. For our second question po, meron po bang hindi pa po nagsha-shower sa inyo? For our team bahay or even sa office, ang social naman po ng shower. So, in short lang po, gusto ko lang pong matanong kung meron pa bang hindi naliligo sa ating mga participants ngayong araw para lamang po makapag-catch up sa ating training today. Okay? Huwag na po tayong mahiya. Ang importante po ay maliligo po tayo later. Mukhang in denial po yung mga iba nating participants. Joke lang. So, yan. Magpuput ako ng down. Magpuput ako ng finger down. Naligo kasi ako today. Okay. Okay, for our third question. Put your finger down if you are doing multitasking while attending our training. Okay? Magkakabukuhan na po muna tayo this time. Like, aside from participating po sa ating training, ay meron ding ibang task na ginagawa. Okay. Naku, may nag-put ng finger lahat. Binaba niya lahat ng kanyang finger. Hindi isang finger lang po per question. Okay lang po yun as long as nakikinig po tayo at nagpa-participate po tayo sa ating poll questions. And also i-absorb din po natin yung lessons po sa ating discussion. Alright? For our fourth question, put your finger down kung perfect ang attendance mo mula day 1 hanggang day 3. Tingnan nga natin. Oh my G, as you should guys, because you have to perfect your attendance para po makakuha kayo ng certificate. So please, huwag kalimutang mag-daily attendance. Puput ko rin yung finger ko down kasi perfect na yung attendance ko as your host for this training. Right? For our fifth question, marami na po ba kayong napupulot na learning sa training na ito? Tingnan po natin. Ulit, marami na po ba? At ano nga, marami. Marami na po ba tayong napupulot na learnings? Alright. Siyempre, we already halfway na po ng ating training. So hopefully naman po ay may natutunan na po tayo. Dahil kung wala pa rin, naku po, keep up po tayo guys. Yan. Mukha naman pong lahat ay may natutunan na. So, for the last question guys, may I request our participants to give me thumbs up naman po or thumbs down this time. So, for my last question, ready na ba kayo? May nag-thumbs up na kaagad. Wala pa yung tanong ko. Wow. Excited. Ready siya. Perfect. So, yun. Ready na po ba tayo? Kasi ready or not, wala na pong atraso nito. Ihanda na po natin ulit ang ating sarili sa mahaba-habang discussion para sa umagang ito. Alright, and that's our activity for today. At least by this activity, nalaman natin alive, alert, aware, learning, and enthusiastic pa rin ng ating mga participants. Perfect. Right? Moving on, just a quick recap of yesterday's learning session. We had a meaningful and productive learning session on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities, where we had a comprehensive discussion on the importance and fundamentals of procurement planning, preparation of PPMP and APP, and conduct of early procurement activities, which was led by our research speaker, Regional Director, Aimee Laceras. Today, I am thrilled because we are going to jump right through our learning session 4, where we'll be having an entire session on standard bidding procedure for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. With that, I'll- allow me to introduce our research speaker for our today's session. Our research speaker for today is a pride of Liloan, Cebu. A civil engineer and profession, he is a product of the University of San Jose Recoletos, Cebu City, with a degree in Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Also under his belt is a master's degree in management engineering he earned in the same university. Our research speaker is currently the Director 2, Service Chief of the Technical Services of the Commission on Audit Regional Office 7. Longer as you may say, but he is already serving 36 years in Commission on Audit. Prior to his function, he has also become the head of BAC Secretariat from 2012 and to 2015, and now a BAC member of COA Regional 7 from 2015 to present. Without further ado, please welcome our research speaker, a GPPB recognized trainer, Engineer Christopher Y. Orsa.
Thank you, Marky. Thank you for your introduction, and thank you and good morning, everyone. So we are now in our day 3, no? I hope hindi pa kayo na information overload. Today, is our session 4, no, of this online training. Share na, Mark. Okay. Set ko lang muna. Okay, good morning again, no, everyone. So additional information, no, on about me. So I am already 36 years old, 36 years in the government service, no, and mostly in commission on audit. So our work in COA, so I am the service chief of the Technical Services Office, Region 7. So maybe familiar siguro yung iba dyan, no, kung ano yung function ng technical services ng region. Ito yung mga nagre-review ng mga contracts, saka nag-i-inspect ng mga equipment as well as infrastructure projects, no, sa mga munisipyo. Now, based on my discussion for today, will be reinforced with my experience and learnings, no, about procurement, and also my experience on the link of procurement to our works, no, which is the technical evaluation of different contracts for goods, infrastructure, and consulting services to our discussion, no, para you would be properly guided and properly equipped with these learnings in carrying out your respective work, no, as a procurement practitioner in your agency, because there are lots of problems, no, na among na ma-encounter namin regarding doon sa compliance of these procurement procedures. Yun nga, nakakaproblema yung iba dahil kami in COA, we have to base our findings and our actions on the existing rules and regulations. So if ever may mga non-compliance dyan sa existing rules and laws, regulations, so dyan talaga nagkakaroon ng problema, no? So kaya it is this type of seminar is very helpful, no, para ma-properly guided kayo who are responsible in the procurement in your agency, para hindi kayo magka-problema. My discussion for today will be standard bidding procedure for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. Now, this is kanang mga participant are from local government units sa municipality. So, itong learnings na makukuha ninyo dito about standard bidding procedures is also being used sa lahat ng mga government agencies. Anyway, na-discuss naman siguro ito sa ibang sa previous session, but ibabalik ko lang na itong matutunan ninyo dito, no, about standard bidding procedure. These are applicable hindi lang sa local government kundi pati din sa ibang agencies, no, national, sa corporate. Yun nga, national, corporate. So, based on my experience as a member or as the head of the BAC Secretariat and now BAC member, so lots of mga problems, mga hitches na encounter namin, no, sa procurement. So, i-share ko lang na importante talaga as a procurement, nasa procurement kayo ng inyong agency, na dapat updated kayo ng mga issuances ng GPPB. Kasi nagkakaroon sila ng mga updating ng kanilang mga provisions dahil to address mga issues na from time to time nag-a-arise, no? So ginagawa niya ng mga nag-issue yan sila ng mga issuances para ma-address yung mga problema. Kasi nangyari na sa amin ito na we change entirely our bidding documents. Kasi nung magpa-bidding kami, yung palang na-i-issue namin na bidding documents, hindi na pala yun applicable, no, for that particular period. So, ang nangyari, we entirely changed the bidding documents and we put it in a supplemental bid bulletin for that particular bidding. So, emphasize ko lang na talaga na importante talaga na updated kayo palagi, no, sa mga issuances ng GPPB pertaining doon sa standard bidding procedure, no, for our discussion also for today, no, dahil alam niyo naman nasa pandemic tayo, so the GPPB addresses also the issues, no, concerning sa pandemic, brought about by this pandemic, like yung mga face-to-face na conduct of or physical conduct of procurement activities na hindi na magawa dahil nga sa mga health restrictions. So mayroong mga issuances na kasama dito sa discussions natin no. So sana you will be attentive in our discussion, and hopefully this could be of help sa inyo sa trabaho ninyo, no, and so that hindi kayo makakaroon ng problema sa procurement. Okay? So our objective, no, sa session natin is by the end of this module, participants should be able to understand key concepts in the bidding procedures for the procurement of goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. So dapat talaga, no, ma-understand ninyo deeply yung mga concept. As you have noticed, no, na yung tatlong procurement categories natin, yung goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services, pinagsama na dito sa session na ito. Kasi we are used, no, as a resource person na kino-combine lang yung goods and services at infrastructure projects. Yung consulting services, naka-separate yan into another session. So sana makinig kayo mabuti dahil baka mayroon, para hindi kayo ba na yung understanding niyo ma-mix up, no, regarding sa tatlong procurement categories na kinumbine dito sa discussion ito. And also hopefully, no, with at the end of this session, no, we will be able to undertake na procurement activities, no, in compliance with Republic Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. By the way, siguro alam niyo na by noong 2018 naging effective itong 2016 revised IRR. Pero ngayon, by just this March, no, March 2021, so meron na naman itong bagong updates. So sana ma-open ninyo doon sa gppp.gov.ph, no, makita ninyo doon yung reference, no, about dito sa bagong So doon ninyo makikita itong mga dinidiscuss natin. For further, reference, no, sa mga na-discuss natin dito, or further verification or validation sa dinidiscuss natin dito. So makikita ninyo doon sa March updated na 2016 revised IRR. Okay? So itong discussion natin is divided into two parts, no? First, we have the general principles and considerations. So ito yung mga basic principles and considerations about procurement, particularly dito sa standard procedure, no? Standard bidding procedure. Now, the second part will be, ito na yung mahaba-haba na discussion, which is about the procurement procedure and requirements for goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. Okay, so let's start with our first part, no, sa discussion natin. So we now go to the general principles and considerations. So, as a general rule talaga natin ito yung sa procurement is competitive bidding, which is uh, provided in section 10 no, of article 4 of RA 9184. So pag mag-procure tayo, mayroong other than public bidding no or competitive bidding, so mayroon tayong alternative methods of procurement. Ito na yung mga shopping or small value procurement, which will be discussed in another session. No? So ang ating pag-uusapan ngayon is the procedure on bidding procedure, no, which is the competitive bidding. So ano yung mga ano yung advantages ng competitive bidding? Bidding aims to protect public interest, no? To get the best possible advantages through open competition. Kasi yung competitive bidding, wider ang kanyan wider ang reach niyan. So kung magpa-publish kayo, kung mag-post kayo dito sa inyong munisipyo, makikita yan ng buong mundo. So nangyayari yan sa amin na pag-post ko, may mga from India, from Thailand na nagbibigay ng intent no to participate. So with that, na dahil malawak yung coverage ng information na ibinigay natin, no? So makakakuha talaga tayo ng best possible advantage, no? And also this is to avoid and preclude suspicion of favoritism and anomalies. So kasi kung may kasi nangyayari, no, isang kaibigan ko na gusto siya mag-join sa isang LGU, mag-join ng bidding sa isang LGU, tapos sinasabihan na hindi ka pwede kasi hindi ka naman kilala. Sabi niya, ikuan ko kayo, ipay ko kayo ng kaso kasi open naman ito eh. So wala nagawa yung LGU kundi napasama siya kasi yung procedure natin is very open ito talaga sa lahat, no. And as the video said kanina, no, yung through competitive bidding, the government can get the best quality and best price and best quality and best price, and allows them to get the most qualified bidder who has ample track records and history of achievements. Kasi through our scrutiny session of their mga requirements na hinihingi natin from the bidder, so doon natin makita kung qualified ba talaga siya, mayroon ba siya talagang sufficient records, no, to perform our or to provide what we need in our agency. Kasi kung hindi natin ma-properly scrutinize, so yun nga, yung nilagay niya na address doon sa mga documents niya nung puntahan natin, wala pala yun, hindi pala existing yun. So malamang fly by night yun. So kung fly by night, so hindi yan magiging, siguro malamang hindi yan financially capable or technically capable, no, to provide our needs. So dapat talaga, no, na hindi lang magtanggap tayo ng mga proposal nila, kundi kasama din dito sa procedure natin is to verify yung mga requirements na provide ng mga bidder doon sa proposals nila. So yun na yun, no? Ito na yun. So competitive bidding, no? Sa competitive bidding, makakuha talaga tayo ng best quality and best price. So another general principles, another general principle and consideration is that in procurement, no procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved procurement plan, annual procurement plan of the procuring entity, no? So kung wala kayong, hindi na include sa EPP yan, yung procurement ninyo ay yung project, so hindi yan pwede for procurement. So in case, no, sa another principle is that if the method of procurement in the approved as indicated, no, dito sa slide ko, no, na mayroong naka-circle mode of procurement, tapos under dyan are the different modalities pertaining to the procurement program or project na sa another column. So if ever na naka-state dyan competitive bidding, like dito sa row number 13, 14, 15, no? If ever na hindi yan ma-pursue yung competitive bidding, so the back note through a resolution, gagawa ng resolution and shall justify and recommend the change in the mode of procurement, and which is to be approved by the head of procuring entity, no? So kung mag-procure kayo, no, dapat kung shopping ang naging panyo, actual procurement, so dapat shopping ang naka-indicate doon sa EPP. But if it is competitive bidding, yung actual dapat competitive bidding. So kung naging shopping, so kung competitive bidding yan sa EPP, tapos naging shopping ang nagawa, actual procurement, so dapat suportaan yan ng resolution for resolution of change, no, of the mode of procurement. Okay? So so let's now go to ano yung bibilhin natin or gusto nating i-acquire, no? So for all we know, we have goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. So what are these goods and services? Para malaman natin kung ano yung ano yung meaning ng goods and services. So goods and services are simply supplies, no? Supplies, materials, and general support services. Equipment, yung mga heavy equipment natin, yung mga air condition, furniture, stationery, then materials for construction. So ito yung materials for construction. These are the materials, construction materials procured, no? If in case you have a project which is implemented by administration. So kayo ang gagawa, kayo mag-hire ng labor. So yung materials, component noon, so nabibili ninyo, under yan ng goods and under yan ng goods. And contractual services, repair and maintenance of equipment and furniture. So yung mga bulldozer ninyo, yung mga dump truck, so i-repair ninyo. So goods ang consideration dyan. Then tracking, hauling, janitorial, and security. So yung mga agencies na dyan, na yung mga janitorial and security services nila, no, yung mga janitor at saka mga security guards, naka-outsource. So goods and services ang procurement niyan. So meron din tayong analogous services kung bibili tayo, kung maglilist tayo ng office space, no, kung wala tayong lugar, so mag-list tayo ng office space. Then media advertisements, health maintenance services, mag-hire tayo ng doktor, mga nurses. Then other services essential to the operation of the procuring entity. So next is the infrastructure projects. So infrastructure projects, alam naman natin ito yung mga civil works, no? So kung infrastructure projects, ito yung construction, improvement, rehabilitation, demolition, repair, restoration, and maintenance of yun nga, iba-ibang civil works, no? Like railways, lighthouse, mga roads and bridges, airports and seaports, civil works, item of the IT projects, flood control projects, school buildings, and etc. No? So if it is infrastructure project, we will engage engage in the services of a contractor to provide labor and materials, no, to implement a certain civil works project. So itong infrastructure projects, hindi lang ito construction, no, yung gagawa kayo ng bagong project, kundi included na dito din yun, yung kasi nasa definition na yung improvements o yung existing facades ninyo hindi na maganda, so i-improve natin yan, i-improve ninyo. Tapos merong roof dyan na rusted na, yung mga trusses hindi na, yung mga roofing framing, so i-rehabilitate natin yan para mabalik sa original state yung structure. So next is the consulting services. So ano yung consulting services? Consulting services, no, refer to services for infrastructure projects. So meron tayong napag-isipan na gagawin na infrastructure project. So ito yun, mag-engage tayo ng services sa mga consultants, no? So consulting services refer to services for infrastructure projects. And other types of projects or activities requiring adequate external technical and professional expertise that are beyond the capability or capacity of the government to undertake. So meron tayong napag-isipan na gagawing large project, tapos yung technical personnel or ng municipal engineering office hindi naman capable, no? So we might as well hire the mga consultants. So for to assist us kasi hindi natin kaya, no? Sa paggawa ng plano, hindi tayo capable, as well as yung pag-supervise. So yung mga consulting services, ito yung mga services, no, na under ng consulting services, which is the advisory and service and review services. So mayroon tayong mapag-isipan nga na project. So magpapa-advise tayo kung feasible ba yan, no? Sa initial yung concept natin. Tapos meron din pre-investment or feasibility studies. So ito yung pre-investment or feasibility studies, ito yung magdi-determine kung maraming mga factors na kino-consider ang consultants dyan. So dyan na-determine kung ipagpapatuloy ba or hindi yung project. Very, very, very vital din ito kasi mayroon kaming mga na-encounter na nagdidiretso sila doon sa design. Tapos hindi pala feasible. So yun, sayang yung project. Hindi masyadong kasi maraming factors yan. Kinukonsider dyan yung economic, no? Yung social. So dapat nagka-interrelate yan yung mga factors na yan, yung mga aspect para yun nga magiging feasible project. Tapos itong detailed design, ito yung design, ito actually yung gagawa na ng mga engineering design, yung mga gagawa ng mag-conduct ng mga soil exploration, then papunta na doon sa paggawa ng plano. So ito yung paggawa ng plano na kailangan na kung ipapabid natin. Tapos construction supervision. So yung municipal engineering office natin, wala masyadong tao. So mag-hire tayo ng consultant para mag-supervise doon sa malaki nating projects. So next is the management and related services, then other technical services or special studies. So basically, itong consulting services, ginagamit ito para sa pag-assist doon sa infrastructure projects natin. So another general principle is the bidding procedure. By the way, itong pag-procure ng infra projects, yun nga, no, mag-engage tayo ng contractor. Yung agency or yung munisipyo ang gagawa ng plano. So yung plano na yun ang gagawin yung construction or yung implementation magbe-base doon sa plano at saka specification. No, meron ding na pag mode of acquisition or mode of implementation sa infrastructure projects, no? Yung implementation meaning yung paggawa ba, no? So meron ding services diyan na meron ding mode diyan na yung design and build, no? So yung design and build, meron tayong annex diyan sa 2016 IRR na diyan talaga mag-guided kayo on how to implement a project under the design and build scheme. So yung design and build scheme, ang ibig sabihin niya na yung procuring entity magbibigay lang ng mga technical parameters, no? Halimbawa, anong gusto niyang gaano kalaki yung building, no? So how many floors, what is the area, no, na need nila. Then ang gagawa ng detail engineering or meaning gagawa ng plano as well as yung mga engineering exploration, yun ang contractor, no? So kasi sa yung usual na infrastructure projects procurement, materials, labor, equipment at saka indirect cost ang cost component nun. While dito sa design and build scheme, yun nga, other than doon sa sinabi ko na cost components, meron yang detailed engineering cost, no? So dahil ang contractor ang gagawa ng plano based doon sa parameters set by the procuring entity at saka siya na din ang magbi-build, no? So isa yon sa mga mode of procurement or sa infrastructure projects, yung design and build. Siguro mayroon na sa inyo, no, na nakagawa na ng infrastructure projects through design and build scheme. Pero yung discussion na yun, hindi natin coverage dito, yun, no? So might as well na kung mag-implement kayo through design and build scheme, so you can refer it to that annex of the 2016 IRR. So ang naka-differential lang doon is yun lang detail engineering expenses, no, ang differential doon sa usual na infrastructure project procurement. So dito na tayo sa bidding procedure. So yung bidding procedure natin is single stage two envelope system. Now itong single stage para ito sa goods and infra, no? Why? Kasi doon sa consulting services, two stages yun. Meron pang eligibility, checking, at saka yung shortlisting. But dito sa goods and infra projects, single stage, no, 2 envelope system. So dito sa right ng slide is meron ding single stage 2 password protected bidding documents kasi ina-allow na ngayon yung electronic submission of bids, no. So dito sa single stage 2 envelope system, yun nga, mayroon tayong 2 envelope system which are composed of technical and financial proposal of the bid. So the same way din dito sa dito sa electronic submission of bids is meron ding technical tsaka financial components of the bid, no. Now, dito tayo sa sino ang eligible bidders who are eligible to bid in our projects, no. So number 1, duly licensed Filipino citizens and sole proprietorship. Then corporations with at least 60% Filipino ownership or interest. Cooperatives duly organized under the laws of the Philippines. Foreign bidders, so under a treaty or maybe under a treaty or international or executive agreement. Kasi yung kadalasan yung foreign bidders under yan ng treaty, no? Kasi mag-loan tayo tapos yung loan provision is dapat merong ipasama na foreign na mga bidders ng country na nagbigay sa atin ng loan. Tsaka next is partnerships, no? Yung mga nagpa-partnership diyan na at least 60% Filipino interest or ownership. Then joint ventures with at least 60% Filipino interest or ownership. Now, magtanong kayo, itong slide na ito, who are eligible bidders, applicable ba ito sa tatlo? Yes, applicable ito, no? Kasi dati iba-iba ang percentage eh. Kung goods, iba. Infra, iba. Tapos sa consulting, iba. Now ngayon, sa bago is lahat 60% na ang Filipino interest, no? So take note dyan, no? Na baka iba pa yung kung dati kayong practitioner, so meron kayong knowledge na 75% or ibang percentage, no? So wala na yon. Lahat 60% na ang Pilipino talaga. Then dahil nga nag-allow tayo ng foreign foreign equity, no, na sumali sa ating bidding is meron tayong mga amendments, no. So yung partnership kasi yung ibig sabihin nito yung merong foreigner tapos gusto niya sumali sa Philippine project, so makipag-partner siya ng Filipino citizen. So dapat yung partnership nila is at least 60% ang interest belongs to citizens of the Philippines. So dati 75% ang Pilipino, no? 75. Ngayon 60% na lang. Sa corporations, kung duly organized under the laws of the Philippines, so 60% pa din yung outstanding capital stock. Then dito sa joint venture, mag-joint venture yung Pilipino at saka foreigner, so at least 60%, no? Now, on what issuance na naging 60% yan? So dito yan sa Executive Order 65 Series of 2016, no? Mayroong legal basis yan, no? Bakit ganun? Bakit binaba sa 60%? Kasi ang intention niyan is to mapaluag ba yung restrictions on foreign participation, yung pagsali ng mga foreigner ba, foreign entity na sumali sa atin, no? So in-increase nila yung participation nila from 25%, kung 75% yung Pilipino, so 25% lang yung sa foreigner. So ngayon in-increase nila from 25 to 60%, to 40% yung kanila. Pero meron din nakasaad diyan sa Executive Order 65 na yan na kung in case na yung Pilipino na yung nga 60% no yung 60% yung standard, if ever na mag-require ng application or techniques or technology na dili adequate yung Pilipino na mayroong 60%. So yung Filipino interest, halimbawa lang ba no na yung 60%, tapos yung project hindi naman kaya ng agency ng Pilipino, yun nga 60% yung standard. So hindi niya kaya. So pwede dahil nga very complicated yung gagawin na yung necessary technology, ang techniques para doon sa project. So pwede gawing 25%. Pwedeng i-lower yung 60% ng Filipino interest, but hindi bababa sa 25% yung Filipino ownership, no? So I hope naka-understand you, no? I hope nakuha ninyo yung point ko, no, na dati 60% no yung standard, but if ever yung project is merong mga complex features no na hindi kaya ng Pilipino na kahit 60% na siya, so pwede i-down up to 25%. No? Nandiyan na sa Executive Order 65. So another considerations, no? Another consideration is kailan tayo mag-hire, when to hire for consultants. So kung mag-hire tayo ng consultants, no, ito yung mga factors na i-consider natin na kailangan dahil nga na mag-hire tayo dahil yung expertise, experience, and capability wala sa agency natin, no, hindi capable yung mga technical personnel natin. So mag-hire tayo dahil we need the expertise, experience, and capability na wala sa atin. Now, another factors to consider is the cost. Yung consultant talaga, pag nag-hire kayo, may kamahalan talaga yan kasi mga special breed of people yan, no? So dapat i-consider niyan cost. Meron ba tayo niyan? Meron kaya ba nating magkuan? Kasi kung sa detail engineering lang, nagpo-cost yan ng mga 6 to 8% of the project cost. So isipin nyo magkano kung meron kayong 100%, 100 million na project. So sa 8 million na yan sa consultant na yan sa paggawa ng plano, no? So dapat i-consider natin, kaya ba natin magbayad ng 8 million, no? Sa particular 100 million na project. So i-consider din natin na ilagay din natin sa if ever mag-hire kayo, lagay natin sa terms of reference natin yung technology and knowledge transfer, no? Dapat importante kasi, no, sana kasi mahal, so dapat we will take advantage of the opportunity, no, na makakuha tayo ng technology, no, and knowledge na magagamit natin sa ating munisipyo in the future mga undertakings natin. Halimbawa, kung yung project ninyo is dredging. So kung dredging, maraming consideration dyan, no? Yung mga technology na kailangan sa dredging. So at least kasi tayo din naman ang nagre-review, so at least meron tayong knowledge, no, kung ano yung mga kailangan for a dredging project, no? Or yung backfilling project. or any other type of project, no? Halimbawa, sa kwantin, yung mga high-rise, mga large vertical projects, yung mga 4-story. So, paano natin na determine yung quantity ng materials ng concrete tsaka rebars, no? At least meron tayong idea kung paano na nakukuha yan, no? Paano na determine yung mga quantity ng materials involved. So also consideration sa hiring of consultants, no? Dapat mag-una tayo sa mga Pilipino. Unahin natin yung Filipino consultants. Hindi yung basta kukuha ka na lang ng consultants na hindi Pilipino. Pero if the hope, no, determines that yung mga Filipino consultants do not have sufficient expertise and capability to render the services required under the project, may hire foreign consultants, no? Pwede mag-hire ng consultants, no, kung ng foreign consultants kung hindi kaya ng Pilipino. But doon sa doon sa consulting services contract nila, no, na dapat ang yun nga, pwede mag-hire ng foreign consultant, but ang magiging lead consultant will still be Filipino. Hindi yung maglilid ng hindi yung lead consultant ang foreigner, kundi Filipino consultant ang maglilid ng consulting services. Nasa Executive Order 278 section 1. No, take note lang, no, Executive Order 278 section 1. For further reference. So dito na tayo sa another general principles, no, and consideration. So observer. So observer. So mayroon tayong provision, no, for the observers. Na ito bago din ito, no. Bagong provision ito. So ang purpose ng observer, no, is to enhance, no, the transparency of the process, kasi one of the principle ng RA 9154 is the transparency, no. So ito yung isa sa mga paraan na maging transparent yung procurement process natin. So we invite observer, no. So yung observer, at least 3 observers, no, composed of COA, representative from COA, then duly recognized private sector, then NGO. So itong duly recognized private sector, nagkakaiba yan, depende sa procurement category, no. So kung goods ang procurement project natin is from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, no. Now kung infra naman, dapat Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines recognized. Dapat member yan ng Philippine Construction Association, yung National Contractors Association of the Philippines. So pag infra, i-invite ninyo yung mga contractors association ng inyong locality, no. Halimbawa yung mga sa amin dito, Cebu Contractors Association. So ganyan. So Contractors Association, Cebu chapter, ganyan. So yun mga na-hire dito, no. Tapos kung consulting naman is member of the PICE, Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and Confederation of Filipino Consulting Organizations. Now for further reference, no, nandiyan yan sa 2016, no, hindi lang nailagay dito sa slides. So and they must be these observers no must be invited in writing no at least 5 calendar days. So naka-circle yan dahil dati 3 days lang yan 3 calendar days. So invited natin 5 calendar days before the date of the following procurement activity. So ito yung mga procurement activity na dapat na ini-invite natin yung observers. Now we have eligibility checking and shortlisting. Now itong eligibility checking and shortlisting, applicable ito doon sa consulting services, no? Kung goods and infra, hindi kasama itong eligibility checking and shortlisting. So kung mayroon kayong procurement ng consulting services, so dapat isama ninyo itong eligibility checking and shortlisting. But kung infra and goods, so kasama na ito lang, mag-start lang kayo sa pre-bid conference, preliminary bid evaluation, and post-qualification. Now sa consulting, itong 6 no at itong 6 na activities nito ang kasama. But kung lang goods and infra, mag-start ka lang sa pre-bid up to post-qualification. Now, yung pag-i-invite ninyo, kasi minsan hindi naman dadalo yan experience ko lang, I've been since 2019. Then 2009, no, as a member of the BAC, then naging head, naging BAC member. So, never good na experience ko na mayroong dumating na yung invite namin na duly recognized private sector at saka NGO, no? Minsan yung COA namin, kasi kami COA, tapos meron din naman din kaming resident auditor, no? So yung COA, mayroong nag-audit ng COA, no? Meron yan, ako several times na akong nabigyan ng AOM, no? Sinasagot ko yan. So yung COA namin, resident auditor, yun lang ang palaging nag-attend. Kung minsan wala pa nga So yung pag-i-invite natin, no? So kasi we need compliance dito no. So yung receipt yung pag-receive nila yung acknowledgement receipt nila ng invitation natin will suffice na for compliance, no. Understood ba 'yon, no? Na yung invitation to observers, no? Dahil hindi naman mandatory yung presence nila, so yung acknowledgement receipt nila ng invitation natin will suffice na sa compliance. So, access to observers. So, under GPPB Circular Number 01-2021, dahil nga mayroon tayong pandemic, so merong provision dito na the PhilJEP shall provide online facility for observers to monitor the procurement proceedings. So yung PhilJEP dapat mag-provide sila ng online facility, no? So ano itong online facility na ipo-provide ng PhilJEP? So ito yung sinasabi nila na modernized PhilJEP, yung MPhilJEP, no? So PE shall provide online access to observers for monitoring. So para ma-monitor, so instead na pupunta doon sila physically sa procurement activity natin, so mag-provide tayo ng online access through modernized PhilJEPs. Now, sa pagkakaalam ko, yung modernized PhilJEPs, mga December of this year pa daw yan, fully operational, or baka maging pa din, yung selected lang yung bibigyan yan muna. So, for the meantime, no, yung PE shall provide, in the absence ng MPhilJEPs, na dapat i-provide ng PhilJEPs for online access ng mga observer. So, ang PE muna magpo-provide ng online access through their own facilities. So, what are these facilities? So, pag nagbigay kayo ng invitation sa mga observers ninyo, isama nyo na din yung link. Halimbawa, mostly Zoom naman ang ginagamit natin. So, ilagay nyo na doon yung mga link, no, ng kuan, link ng inyong Zoom. So ito yung sinasabi na online facility, kasi nangyari na din yan sa amin na we conducted our different procurement activity through Zoom, no. So yun nga, yung box secretariat namin, yung head is nagbibigay ng yung invitation, nakalagay na doon yung link ng Zoom. So if ever na yung PE hindi nila kayang mag-provide ng online access, so they will inform GPPBT, so through this email, no, observers@gppb.gov.ph, na hindi sila capable na magbigay ng online access. So halimbawa, possible ito doon sa mga remote areas, no, na wala talagang internet access. So mag-inform sila doon sa GPPB na hindi nila kaya yun. Hindi nila kaya mag-provide ng online access. Okay? So that ends, no, sa first part ng discussion natin. So as usual, we'll now have this knowledge check.
All right, so at this point, we will be having our first knowledge check. But before I read the question, I would like to remind first our participants to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance day 3 by clicking the link provided by the GPPBTSO Event Secretariat, as this will be part of the requirements for the provision of the certificate. Same also to register to your OTF, to register to OTFS for those who haven't registered yet. Again, so now for our first knowledge check, may we ask our participants to select their answer to our Zoom polling picture. And the question is, which of the following is not considered as goods? A, analogous services. B, subscription and licenses. C, office equipment. D, design and build. Or E, security and janitorial services. Again, which of the following is not considered as goods? A, analogous services. B, subscription and licenses. C, office equipment. D, design and build. Or E, security and janitorial services. Okay. As of this moment, I guess majority po, sir, ang sumasagot ng letter D. Pero meron din pong sumagot ng letter A at meron ding iilang sumagot ng letter B. Again, please select your answer to our Zoom polling feature. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There we have it, sir. According to our poll, 77% po ang sumagot ng design and build, while we have 13% po, sir, na sumagot ng analogous services, 8% po ang sumagot ng subscription and licenses, and meron pong 2% ng security and janitorial services. Engineer, ano po ba ang tamang sagot para sa tanong na ito?
Hindi, nag-wonder lang ako ba, akala ko perfect ang kwan dyan eh. Perfect ang lalabas ng pool dyan, no, na kuan. Kasi binalikan ko yung pag-discuss ng infrastructure projects eh, no? So I made a long discussion, a short discussion regarding design and build. So yung kuan na yun, yung talaga yung hindi kasama ano yun talaga dito, not considered. Yung answer talaga doon is design and build. Kasi yung design and build, ito yung pertains ito sa infrastructure projects ng pertains ito sa implementation ng infrastructure projects. So ang tamang sagot diyan is design and build, no? Kasi yung analogous services, goods yan. Subscription and licenses na discuss din yan, no? Na goods, office equipment, goods, then security and janitorial services. So goods yan. So ang hindi lang goods dito is yung design and build kasi this is an infrastructure undertaking. Okay?
Okay, sir, let's continue our discussion.
Okay. Okay. I hope no na naintindihan talaga yung sinasabi ko dito, no, kasi importante ito, no. So lalo na ngayon, we are now in our second part of our discussion, no. So which is the procurement procedure, procurement procedure and requirements. So which is the procedure for competitive bidding, no? So dapat talaga attentive tayo sa discussion natin, no? Kaya importante talaga ito, no, for your guidance sa trabaho. So next slides will be, about the flow of the standard competitive bidding procedure for goods and services. So this starts now with the pre-procurement conference, advertisement, posting, then pre-bid conference, then submission of bids, then opening of first envelope, which are composed of eligibility documents and technical proposal, then opening of second envelope, which is the financial proposal, then the bid evaluation and ranking, post-qualification and award of contract. So in the next slides, we'll be discussed one by one. I-discuss natin one by one yan, yung mga different stages of procurement, no? So sa infra, the same din ito sa goods, except lang yung maximum date of opening of bids, no, meron yang 50 or 65 calendar days, depende yan sa amount, no, ng project. So the same, no, practically the same lang yung stages, yung procurement activities ng infra at saka goods. Now dito sa next slide is this for competitive bidding procedure, no, for consulting services. So we have procurement, pre-procurement conference, advertising and posting, up to advertisement and posting, meron yan sa goods and infra. But the next activity, which is the eligibility check and shortlisting, exclusive yan sa consulting services, no? So then is pre-bid conference, then bid opening, then bid evaluation, then the next bid evaluation, mo follow sa bid evaluation is the negotiation, and this is also exclusive yan sa consulting services, no? So magne-negotiate yan yung about sa mga work approach ng project, no? Tsaka iba pang mga aspect regarding the project, no, ng consulting services. Then next is the same din ito sa goods and infra, post qualification, then award of contract. So practically dito sa consulting services exclusive dito na mga activities are, as you can see, no, eligibility check and shortlisting at saka negotiation. Ito lang yung exclusive sa consulting services. So take note, no? Then sa bidding, we have this recommended period to complete the procurement activity. Now, for goods, yung earliest period, no, to complete the procurement activity from posting up to the award of contract is 26 calendar days yung earliest period. Then maximum period is 136 calendar days. Now, itong mga figures na ito, yung 26 at 136, you can, well, tignan ninyo as reference doon sa Annex C ng 2016 IRR, no? Kung tig-open kayo ng handbook, so nandun yan sa Annex C, no? Makikita niyo yung computation ng how this 26 and 136 is computed, no? So why importante ito, no? Kasi dapat hindi kayo lumagpas dito, kasi kung halimbawa yung bidding ninyo gagawin nyo lang ng mga 20 calendar days, so mako-question kayo diyan. So pag sinabing earliest period, hindi kayo dapat earlier diyan. 25 hindi pwede yan, no? Kasi magkakaroon yan ng ng impression ba na mayroong talagang mayroong konting problema ba, no? Merong favoritism na nangyayari diyan. Kasi nangyari din sa amin dito yan, no, na mayroong na question bakit masyadong napadali yung procurement, yung period yung completion ng procurement activity. Same way din sa yung maximum period, kasi yung project natin, lahat yan kailangan ng mga tao yan, so dapat matapos yan yung procurement within 136 calendar days. So hindi dapat lalagpas dyan, no? So for infra project, yung recommended possible to complete the procurement activity is the same sa goods, is 26 calendar days yung earliest period. Then sa maximum period is iba-iba, no? 156, merong 141. Now, bakit nagkakaiba? Kasi depende yan sa amount ng project, no? Kung 50 million and below, 141 ang maximum period. But if it is 50 million and above, 156 calendar days ang maximum period. Bakit ganyan? Bakit mahaba, no? Kasi alam mo naman, kung malaki yung project, hindi naman madaling makuha eh. Halimbawa, if ever yung project is a vertical project, so maraming nagkukumpos siya ng maraming items, no? Unlike sa mga horizontal projects, kasi madali lang naman yung, halimbawa, yung concrete roads o yung item 310 or item 311, no? Madali lang naman computein. Pero pag vertical projects na costing large amounts, so medyo matagal ang pag-compute diyan ng costing ng mga bidder. So yan, nabibigyan sila ng mahaba-habang period, no, for procurement activity. Now for consulting services, we have the 36 calendar days. So kasama na dito yung additional shortlisting tsaka eligibility checking. Then the maximum period is 180 calendar days. So may nakalagay dito, no, na excluding approval of higher authority. No, the same din dito, no, sa goods and infra, meron din nakalagay dito na kalimutan ko lang i-mention, no. May discuss na excluding approval of higher authority. So kasi pag halimbawa yung mayor is ang kaya niya is 20 million halimbawa na mag-approve na contract. So yung project niyo is 50 50 million. So dapat yung provincial governor ang mag-approve niyan. So ipapa-approve pa yan, no, doon sa provincial governor. Depende kasi yan sa level of authority, no, to sign contract. Merong mga kanya sila, merong authority yan sila. So if ever, no, we will kanang ipa-approve natin sa higher authority other than the authority of our head of procuring entity. So kung sa mga agencies other than GOCCs, so yung yung in case sa inyo municipal office, so 20 calendar days na dapat yung provincial, yung higher authority na mag-approve, siguro provincial governor, so dapat meron siyang 20 calendar days, no, to approve or disapprove the contract. Now sa pag GOCC, so 30 calendar days naman ang kanila. Okay? So use of digital signature. So pandemic, so iniwasan, ina-avoid yung yung physical contact. So na-allowed na yung allow the use of digital signature in all procurement related documents. Under take note, GPPB resolution number 16/2019 and GPPB resolution number 09/2020. So you can go to this resolution, no, for further reference. So use of video conferencing, webcasting, and similar technology. So for purposes of determining a quorum, a member of the BAC, including chairperson and vice chairperson, may present either in person or face-to-face through video conferencing, webcasting, or similar technology for PEs with such technology. So meetings of the BAC may be conducted electronically for PEs with video conferencing, webcasting, and similar technology. So ngayon, common naman yung Zoom. So na-allowed na yung importante kasi sa every meeting ng BAC is yung quorum, no? So kung present sila diyan sa so yung ibang BAC member nandito sa opisina, tapos yung iba dahil nga work from home sila, nandoon sila sa bahay. So through webcasting and video conferencing, so yung yung mga decisions nila na made during that particular setting, so magiging valid na yan at binding, no? Kahit physically iba-iba yung mga phases nila, but through Zoom, valid na yun, pwede na, allowed na yun, no? So provided lang na for documentation purposes, magkakaroon ng screenshot, no, yung mga BAC members na wala doon sa opisina during a particular BAC activity or procurement activity. So nasa GPPB resolution number 24/2018 yan, no? Ito yung particular Anyway, na-allowed na yan, no, since before pa sa pandemic. So use of video conferencing is allowed, no, sa procurement activities that may be conducted through electronic, no, pre-procurement conference, bid opening, then all other procurement activities meetings. So we now go to the first stage of our procurement activity, no, which is the pre-procurement conference. So pre-procurement conference is very vital ito, no, based on my experience, no, kasi this is very important, no, to determine to the readiness of the procurement at hand. Kasi kung hindi natin pagbutihan yung pag-conduct ng pre-procurement conference, so malaki talagang problema ang mangyayari, no, during the procurement process. So ano yung timeline nito is conducted prior to advertisement or posting of the invitation to bid. In case of goods and infra, and request for expression of interest in case of consulting services. Now this is conducted, this is mandatory, no? Mandatory talaga ito for projects with ABC above 2 million for goods, and then 5 million and above for infra, then 1 million and above for consulting services. So who are the participants in the conduct of the pre-procurement conference? We have the BAC Secretariat, PWG, Technical Working Group, consultants for the project procurement project, for the subject procurement project, then end user unit, then other officials. So magtanong kayo, bakit may consultant? No, may consultant. This happens, no, kung yung gumawa ng detail engineering or gumawa ng detail engineering, kasi maraming activities yan but yung end product niyan is yung plano, no, tsaka estimates. So kung ang nag-hire kayo ng consultant para gumawa ng detail engineering, no, so dapat kasama siya diyan, no, para mapag-usapan na kung mayroong mga tanong or question regarding doon sa requirement ng projects na ginawa nila, yung detail engineering na ginawa ng consultant, at least ma-address agad, no, in the pre-procurement conference. So ang purpose ang diniscuss sa pre-procurement conference is the description and scope of the contract, then the approved budget for the contract duration. So itong contract duration, lalo na ngayon, no, pandemic, so kami experience namin diyan na during the pre-bid conference, naghingi talaga ng longer period of delivery ang mga bidder, kasi yun nga, mayroong mga scarcity of supplies ngayon, no, dahil marami mga factories na mga source factories na hindi nakapag-produce ng marami dahil sa pandemic. So importante din yung contract duration, then whether project is in accordance with PPMP and EPP. Yan, importante talaga na, no, importante talagang i-verify yan. Tapos yung availability of appropriations. So meron ba yang mayroon ba talagang pera yan, no, yung ipoprocure natin. Then completeness and correctness of the bidding documents. Ito yung completeness and correctness of the bidding documents. Importante talaga ito, no, kasi yung bidding documents, diyan talaga yung pinaka-reference o pinaka-guide ng mga bidders to come up with their proposal. Kasi kung hindi masyadong maganda yung pagkagawa ng bidding documents, yung mga specification diyan, yung mga requirements natin hindi masyadong klaro, so magkakaroon ng problema yan, no, sa kanilang mga submission of bids. So anyway, yung GPPB meron namang ginawa yan na naman na bagong revision ng bidding documents, no, Philippine bidding documents na edition 6 yata yon, no. So mag-open lang kayo sa gpp.gov.ph, no. So makikita ninyo doon yung yung bago na namang bidding documents, if ever meron kayong from now, no, meron kayong bagong magkakaroon kayo ng procurement. So yun na ang gagamitin ninyo, yung updated na Philippine bidding documents, no. Now yung Philippine bidding documents na bago sa goods lang at saka infra, yung consulting services yung dati pa rin. Now ang nakabuti lang sa bagong Philippine bidding documents is kukunti na lang yung pages, unlike before na umaabot niya ng mga 80, ngayon mga 30 plus na lang. So hindi na masyadong mabigat para sa mga magpe-prepare, no, ng bidding documents like yung box secretariat, hindi na masisira ang mga mata niya, no, sa paggawa. Then isa sa mga pag-uusapan sa pre-procurement conference is the completion of the detailed engineering according to prescribed standards in the case of infrastructure projects. Now dito i-share ko lang na experience namin na kasi nagre-review kami ng mga infrastructure project contracts, no? Kasi baka mangyari din ito sa inyo na yung detail engineering kasi dapat ito yung actually yung output nito, yung plano. Dapat yung plans niyan kumpleto yan na magkuan, kumpleto yan para for the computation of the for quantity take off para makuha natin yung material requirements ba, no, ng isang project. At saka particular talaga kami is yung location, yung vicinity map. Kasi hindi naman kadalasan kasi hindi klaro yung kung saan ilalagay yung project, no? Kaya nagkakaroon kami ng problema diyan. So meron naman yang guide niya, no? Ano talaga yung complete detail engineering. Kasi meron tayong provision sa 2016 na section 17.6, no? Tingnan niyo yung section 17.6 na naka-state diyan na there should be no bidding, no, kung insufficient yung pag-conduct ng detail engineering. So kung mayroong mga missing parts diyan, no, na parts ng plano na kulang, so we consider that incomplete, no? So insufficient ang pag-conduct, ang pag-prepare ng detail engineering. So nagkakaroon ng problema diyan. So yan talaga ang dapat tignan, no, during the pre-procurement conference. Kasi kung mayroong mga municipal engineers dito, so yung yung mga cross section, typical roadway cross section, dapat ilagay yan, no? Kasi kung wala, paano ma-determine yung quantity kung walang yung detailed cross typical roadway cross section na makikita doon sana yung dimension ng thickness ng pavement. So then availability of right of way, site or location, no? Then the positions of affected projects. So ito, problema naman ito dahil regarding right of way, no? Dapat isiguro natin na yung project natin wala na tayong problema sa issue on road right of way. Kasi dito sa Region 7, maraming nakukuhan na determinate na mga projects dahil road right of way ang problema. So, yun nga, again, nandun din yun sa 17.6, section 17.6 na kung may problema pa, kung pwede tayo magpa-bidding, no? But kung mayroong road right of way issue yan, it should be short of award, meaning hindi mo na i-award. Pwede magpa-bidding pero hindi i-award kung mayroong problema sa road right of way. Kasi that is non-compliance niya, no, sa section 17.6 kung nag-implement na awarded tapos mayroong problema doon sa road right of way. So non-compliance yan sa 17.6. Then review and adopt the procurement schedule. So reiterate and emphasize the importance of confidentiality, no? Then for consulting services, ang importante yung kino-consider dyan are yung criteria for eligibility, minimum score for shortlisting. Ay di-discuss natin yan, no? Number of consultants to be shortlisted, types of evaluation, either quality, cost-based evaluation or quality-based evaluation, then technical score to pass the technical evaluation, then weighted score for technical and financial bid in case of quality cost-based evaluation. I-discuss natin yan, no, later. So next is the reference to brand name. So na-discuss naman yata ito ni Ma'am Amy yesterday, no, but mag-add lang ako dito, no, na reference to brand names. So kung sa infra gagawa kayo ng program of work, no, or tapos gagawa kayo ng detailed estimates na naka-indicate doon yung mga materials, no. So wag niyo lagyan ng brand, halimbawa yung simento. So halimbawa sa simento, Portland cement lang, no? Kasi bawal ang maglagay ng brand even doon sa itong sinasabi, provision applies to the procurement of goods and the goods component of infrastructure projects and consulting services. So yung goods component ng infrastructure projects, yun na yung mga materials, no, na kasama. Sa mga fixtures, no, halimbawa sa water closet, so hindi pinagbabawal din yung paglagay ka ng brand. Pero kung hindi talaga may iwasan, sabi nila, maglagay lang daw ng or equivalent, no, or equivalent to that particular brand. Then specification should be based on relevant characteristics, functionality, and performance requirements. So wag kayong maglagay dyan ng brand, no? Hindi naman pwede maglagay ng brand kasi meron kami na-encounter na nag-procure ng vehicle. So even doon sa request for quotation, nakalagay na ng brand ng Toyota, no? Then may exception dito, no, for items or parts that are compatible with the existing fleet or equipment of the same make and brand. So kung yung sasakyan ninyo is Isuzu yung brand, tapos mayroong parts na nasira doon, then ang Isuzu lang ang makaka-provide noon. So yun ang exemption, no? So palang yun to maintain the original condition of the equipment. Then electronic submission and receipt of bids. So the BAC shall decide no, whether sa under pa rin tayo nasa pre-procurement pa rin tayo, no. So during the pre-procurement conference, pwede ma-discuss ng BAC, no, kasi with this new issuance ba, no, na allowed na yung submission of receipt of bids. So the BAC shall decide whether to allow the online or electronic submission and receipt of bids based on the PE's procurement needs and capabilities, and shall be clearly stated in the instruction to bidders, including bidding documents if allowed. So under GPPB's Resolution 09-2020, ano, so yung BAC, no, kung mag-decide sila na pwede online submission, so ilagay nila yan, i-state nila yan sa instruction to bidders. Now, so mag-allow sila through any electronic means available, no? So usually yung no, yung mga naka-archive yan, then through GPPB online portal. So yun lang ang importante dito, na if the BAC decided to allow online or electronic submission, so dapat i-state yan sa instruction to bidders. Then if so, maka-decide yung BAC na allow yung like online and electronic submission. So what the procuring entity, so bago na naman itong provision, no? Take note lang, no? Na if ever the BAC decided, no, na i-allow yung submission, online submission receipt of bid. So ang hindi naman basta dire-diretso lang, no? So hindi naman dire-diretso na tatanggap lang yung ng online submission. So meron pa ding pagdadaanan yan. So ang gagawin dyan is the highest official managing the information technology system of the agency shall issue a certification, no, describing the electronic system or procedure to be used in the PE for the electronic submission and receipt of bids, and compliant with the requirements under GPPB, and submitted to GPPB TSO through IT certification gppb.gov.ph, no. So meron nandito sa right side, no, nandito yung certification, no, na i-accomplish ng agency, no, if ever na the BAC allow the electronic submission, online and electronic submission and receipt of bids, no. So hindi yun mag-allowed kayo ng online at saka electronic, provided dapat gawa muna ng certification yung IT, head ng IT, at saka isa-submit doon sa GPPTTS o using this form, no. Then advertisement. So dito na tayo sa second stage, no. So advertisement and posting of the invitation to bid. So actually this now start the bidding process, no, and we now invite interested participant in the procurement activity. So ang timeline nito is 7 calendar days, continuous na posting. Then yung posting natin is sa PhilJeps, then sa website of the PE, yung website ninyo if any, then website of IFI if applicable, and at the conspicuous place. Conspicuous place, so kung naman to, common man to, conspicuous place in the premises of the PE like bulletin board, no. So ano yung i-post? So dapat yung invitation to bid, no, ang ipopost. But meron ding provision na kung mag-post kayo, dapat kasali na yung complete na set of bidding documents, no. Dapat naka-post din yun. Kasi anong purpose ng pagpo-post ng complete bidding documents? Kasi this will kanang alleviate or kanang pagtanggal ba sa financial burden ng mga bidder, no. Kasi through this PhilJeps platform, yung mga bidder, halimbawa yung project is nandito sa Cebu, tapos merong nakakita, kasi pag member yung mga seller, kasi palagi ang nakaka-open, nagtitingin sa PhilJeps, no. Tapos yung complete information about a project, no, dapat naka-post yan. Kasi nasa 2016 din yan na required talaga yung pag-post ng aside sa invitation to bid, pati din yung bidding documents, no. Kasi yun nga, kung ang project dito sa Cebu, tapos yung bidder from outside Cebu, so hindi na siya gagastos pa ng pamasahe para pumunta dito tapos bumili ng bidding documents, no. Kanang doon na lang niya tignan sa sa PhilJeps, i-download niya or i-download niya yung yung bidding documents, tapos doon na siya mag-examine kung magsasali ba siya or hindi, no? Kaya importante talaga na i-post talaga yung complete bidding documents. Anyway, mandatory naman yan, no? Hindi naman yan. Basta mandatory, dapat naka-post talaga yan. Kasi yan yung titignan ng posibleng makita ng COA yan, no? Yung pinost ninyo sa PhilJeps, kasama ba dyan yung bidding documents? Kasi merong nakalagay dyan attachments no? Attached documents. So yan yung dapat yun na yung yung bidding kasama na sana doon yung bidding documents. Dahil kung wala, so baka kayo, no? Ma-question kayo dyan. So yung dati kasi paglabas nitong 2016 revised IRR nung 2016, no, meron pa yung nagre-require ng advertisement sa newspaper. Now 2 years after, no, tinanggal na yung 2 years after tinanggal na yung pag-advertise sa newspaper. So again, with this provision, so naminusan ang gastos ng mga agencies, no, regarding advertisement of bid opportunity. So hindi na tayo, no, so kung meron tayong project, yung posting natin is sa PhilJeps na lang, saka website of the PE, then at any conspicuous place in the premises of the PE. So bidding documents fee, yung GPPB nag-set yan, no, ng maximum cost ng bidding documents kasi to eliminate lang ba yung favoritism ba, kasi mangyayari nito kung meron kang favorite contractor, so mangyayari kung meron kang halimbawa project na 50 million, so mangyayari niyan, kadalasan ng ginagawa noon is tinataasan yung cost ng bidding documents, no. Halimbawa nilalagay nila ng 100,000. So buti na lang yung GPPB nag-set, no, ng prescribed rate yun ng cost ng bidding documents. At least kanang attractive na sa mga ibang bidder, sa lahat ng mga gustong sumali, no. Itong bidding documents fee, halimbawa kung kailangan ito na magbayad yung bidder kung magdadrop na siya ng bid, no. Pwedeng during the pre-bid conference, kung sasama siya, pwedeng hindi muna siya bibili kasi na-download naman na niya sa PhilJeps yung bidding document. So after sa pre-bid conference, mag-decide siya na sumali. So kung sasali siya, so before mag-drop, dapat magbayad siya doon, no. Now, merong provision dito sa section 41 na merong refund clause, no. So if ever may mga grounds na mag-fall under dito sa section 41. So if ever hindi na kailangan yung project, no, tapos i-cancel ng agency, tapos nakabili na yung after sa dropping of bids, nakabayad na yung mga bidder ng bidding fee, ng bidding docs fee. So if ever under section 41 may nangyari, so mayroong refund yan, no? Mayroong refund of yung binayaran na bidding cost fee ng mga bidders. So let's discuss the eligibility check, no, and shortlisting of consulting services. So medyo mahaba-haba na rin yung nadaanan natin. So I hope na you are following. Naka-follow ba lahat? Naka-follow ba lahat? I hope, no, maka-follow kasi we are talking important things na dito, no. So as I've said, dito sa consulting services, merong procurement activity regarding eligibility check and shortlisting. So, sa consulting services, if you remember doon sa, hindi ko na lang dalhin doon yung slide sa flow na after sa advertisement and posting, meron yung eligibility check and shortlisting na activity. So doon sa dito sa stage na ito, yung mga bidder or yung mga consultant, kasi consulting services ito, they will submit expression of interest, eligibility document submission form, then together with the required eligibility documents on or before the date and time for the submission of such receipts. Now, itong mga eligibility document submission form nasa Philippine Bidding Documents ng consulting services. So, yung eligibility checking is to determine lang yan kung eligible ba yung particular, yung mga participating consultants, kasi ang kuan din dyan, yung kasi magsasubmit yan sila ng mga eligibility requirements, tapos titignan kung eligible sila. Now, they will be subjected to an activity called shortlisting. This is the process of determining the most qualified consultants from those that submitted eligibility requirements. So itong eligibility checking is pass-fail criteria din ito. So kung wala yung documents required, so considered failed siya. But if kung mag-pass siya, if a particular consultant pass eligibility check, so he will now be subjected to shortlisting. So shortlist shall consist of 3 to 7 consultants with 5 as the preferable number. Now, bakit kinakailangan pa ng shortlisting? Kasi yung paggawa kasi ng mga proposals nila, kasi medyo complicated. So kung dadamihan mo yan, masasayang lang yung effort nila, kasi unlike dito sa goods and infra na magsasubmit lang sila ng financial proposal, or yung ibang technical proposal, documents na masyadong madali lang i-comply. Tapos dito sa consulting services, marami pa kasing mga medyo complicated yung evaluation ba, kasi at saka yung mga requirements, meron yung mga work schedule, at saka iba pang mga requirements na mahirap gawin sa isang consultant. So dapat i-trim down yan sila to 5, preferable number. Kasi kung masyadong marami, tapos participate nila, tapos yung chances nila o winning masyado maliit ba, so sayang yung effort nila. Kaya ginawa ito na shortlisting stage, then dapat 3 to 7 consultants with 5 as preferable number. So only shortlisted consultants shall be invited to participate in the bidding for this project through a notice of eligibility and shortlisted issued by the BAC. Now, in the shortlisting, the BAC shall rank the prospective consultants that met the passing score from highest to lowest to determine the shortlisted consultants. Kasi ang hinahabol kasi dito sa consulting services is yung highest ranking. Sa goods and services is yung pag nag-rank tayo from lowest to highest man, dito sa consulting, highest to lowest. So BAC recommends the shortlist to the hope for consideration and approval. Then only shortlisted consultants can submit proposals. So kung hindi ka na shortlisted, so hindi ka allowed na hindi ka allowed na mag-submit ng proposal kasi hindi ka na din naman mapapadalhan ng ng notice. Dito sa meron kasi nagtanong before na yung number ba ng shortlist, how about kung iisa lang ang, kasi may nakalagay dito 3 to 7. So minimum 3, maximum 7. So how about kung iisa lang? Allowed ba yan? So allowed lang ang isa, provided na nakamupasar siya sa eligibility check and the minimum score required for shortlisting. Kasi mayroon pa yung minimum score halimbawa 60%, 60%. Kasi pag consulting kasi more on numerical rating kasi ang pagbabasihan ng evaluation. So ito yung mga criteria sa eligibility check and shortlisting. So after ma-eligibility check ka na, yung mga eligibility requirements mo, pag i-examine yon, i-evaluate, tapos you will be rated according sa different criteria, So kung yung BAC, each member of the BAC magbibigay ng weight nito, dapat 100% ito, So first criterion is applicable experience of consultant, so 50% yan recommended. So qualification of personnel 30, current workload relative to job capacity 20. So dapat 100% yan. So doon sa terms of reference dapat naka-indicate yan kung ano yung minimum score required for shortlisting. So kung isa lang dapat so dapat pumasa siya doon sa minimum score required for shortlisting. So babalikan ko, ang mag-i-score nito is yung BAC members. Now, kung hindi naman masyadong familiar yung BAC sa paggamit nito, so they may hire assistance from experts on how to rate a consultant based on this different criterion. Klaro ba? So what are the eligibility? Pwede rin mag-submit yung kung foreign consultant or foreign bidders, So ito yung mga eligibility requirements, must be in English. Yung Class A documents must be in English. If not, it must have a translation in English by any of the following relevant foreign government agency, the foreign government agency authorized to translate documents, or registered translator. So importante kasi na English para magkaintindihan, Then the document shall be authenticated by the appropriate Philippine Foreign Service establishment, postal, or ito sinasabing Philippine Foreign Service post, ito yung mga halimbawa yung embassy, Embassy. So dapat ipa-authenticate yan doon. So or the equivalent office having jurisdiction over the foreign bidders affairs in the Philippines. Then mayroon tayong sa Apostille Convention on the authentication of documents. So meron yan sa Apostille Convention, ang objective dito is about dito kasi nag-mention tayo dito ng authentication. So authentication dito, tapos dito mayroong sa Apostille Convention. So mayroong mga paraan na mapadali, with this apostille convention. So it says here na the objective is to shorten the process for authenticating documents of foreign bidder who intend to participate in government procurement in the Philippines. No, the new provision for contracting parties to the apostille convention, the document shall be authenticated through an apostille by the competent authority. So ito yung dapat ipa-authenticate, no? Kung may sasali na foreign bidder, so dapat ipa-authenticate yung lahat ng mga documents niya. So we now go to the next kung ano. You can notice siguro, no, na bakit after sa yung bang regarding doon sa eligibility check and shortlisting ng consulting services, bakit napasama dito sa kasi doon sa flow natin, sa flow ng procurement, kasi after sa advertisement yung merong after ng advertisement and posting, in case sa consulting services, susunod yung eligibility check at saka shortlisting before mag-conduct ng pre-bid conference. Now, I think hindi nakalagay dito, no, na so we now go to the pre-bid conference. So itong pre-bid conference, no, kasi tapos na tayo sa consulting, discussing the shortlisting and eligibility checking of consulting services. So all the three procurement category, no, so we'll pass this one pre-procurement conference. So the pre-procurement, in case consulting services, only those shortlisted consultants are required to attend pre-bid conference, no. So kung hindi ka ma-shortlisted, hindi ka, kasi nakalagay doon, only shortlisted shall required to submit proposals, no. So likewise, pwede sila they are required to attend the pre-bid conference. So ang timeline ng pre-bid conference is at least 12 calendar days before deadline for bid submission, but not earlier than 7 calendar days from the PGF postings. Then the purpose is to discuss, clarify, and explain, among other things, the eligibility requirements and the technical and financial components of the contract to be bid, including questions and clarifications raised by the prospective bidders before and during the pre-bid conference. So ito yung venue talaga na magdi-discuss na sila, no. Ito yung unang pagtatagpo ng back at saka with the bidders, no. So they will discuss, no, and clarify and explain, among other things, no, yung mga requirements ng bidding. So mayroong requirements dito for pre-bid na yung to maximize the pre-bid conference, no, the back shall have a proactive role during the pre-bid conference, stated in GPPB Resolution 02/2018. Kasi wag na nating tayong tanong na meron pa ba kayong question dyan? So dapat tayo ang we will have a proactive role, no, during the pre-bid conference. So we will explain them in advance, we will explain them kung ano talaga yung mga requirements ng project. Tayo ang mag-open, no? Hindi yung mag-aantay lang tayo sa nila, sa ano yung mga suggestions, clarifications nila. Then during the pre-bid conference, merong mga issues na needs to mangailangan ng additional information sa bidding documents, no? Or revision, then as maybe initiated by the procuring entity or as query from a particular bidder. So in which case na kung merong kailangan na pagbabago sa bidding document, so the BAC shall issue, no, and to be signed by the BAC chairperson, supplemental or bid bulletins. This is to answer request, no, for clarification or interpretation, then modify or clarify any provision of bidding document. So mag-issue yan ng supplemental bid bulletin. So ang timeline nito is example lang nito, no, ng modification is halimbawa during the pre-bid conference is nag-request yung mga supplier na or mga bidder na yung delivery date is to increase, no, from 60 calendar days to 90 calendar days because halimbawa IT equipment, so alam mo naman natin yung mga IT industry karon nagkakahirapan sa chip, so naghingi yan sila, for example maghingi sila ng increase, no, to 90 calendar days yung delivery period which is indicated in the technical requirements. So that might as well be agreed upon by the BAC, so magawa ng supplemental bid bulletins, no, for increasing the number of delivery dates. So i-issue yan, dapat i-issue yan, no, at least 7 calendar days before deadline for bid submission. Then queries should be submitted. So kung after sa pre-bid conference, mayroon pa rin queries so from the bidder, so it should be submitted to the BAC 10 calendar days before deadline for bid submission para naapay 3 calendar days ang BAC to review or evaluate the query of a particular bidder, no. But the supplemental bid bulletin dapat tapos na yan, issued na yan, should be issued, no, at least 7 calendar days before deadline for bid submission. Now, itong necessary kasi itong supplemental bid bulletins na ma-issue and to be posted sa PhilJeps, no, para yung mga bidders na hindi nag-attend sa pre-bid conference, at least alam nila na mag-guided sila na mayroon palang pagbabago or mayroon palang revision doon sa bidding documents na inisyo ng procuring entity. So at least properly guided yung bidder, no, on his bid proposal. So submission and receipt of bids. So bid should be submitted to the BAC on the date, no, not on the date, time, and either at its physical address or through online submission through the as specified in the instruction to bidders. Then through the bidders duly authorized representative in a 2-envelope system where eligibility documents and technical requirements are enclosed in 1 envelope and the financial requirements in another envelope. So eligibility and technical requirements envelope and financial shall be enclosed in 1 single envelope. So makita naman natin sa slide, no, na mayroong eligibility documents, technical requirements, then that compose the first envelope, then financial proposal, second envelope, so put into 1 big envelope, no. Then ang bid validity is 120 calendar days, no, from the date of the opening of bids. So kung hindi pa na-awarded yan, after beyond 120 calendar days, so magiging hindi na magiging invalid na yung ano yung bid. Then electronic submission, in case electronic submission of bids is allowed, so nasa may guidelines tayo, no, GPPB 2000 Resolution 09-2020. So merong two-factor security procedure, no, archive and password protected. So yung mga isa-submit dapat password protected yan. Then allows the back to access to a password protected bidding documents. Then ang password shall be disclosed by the bidders only during the actual bid opening. Then the submission will be capable of generating an audit trail of transaction. So itong ibig sabihin ng audit trail of transaction is to ensure, no, yung security and integrity and authenticity of bid submissions. This is for validation and verification purposes. Para authenticate, palang ba, no, ma-verify na yun talaga galing sa yung doon sa bidder na yan, na kanya ba talaga yan. So bid submission submitted electronically, so ano, the same thing sa kwan din, physical submission, technical, then financial, then put into one folder bid. So submitted bids must be encrypted and password protected. So both the all no, technical, financial, merong password, tsaka yung bid, yung isang folder na nandoon na yon, yung technical at saka financial proposal, meron ding password yon. So sealing and marking of bids. So sa marking, so importante ito, no, original, kita natin original technical, original financial, original technical, then original financial, then put into one envelope, original bid, then each envelope shall contain the name of the contract to be bid, name and address of the bidder, recipient, back or PE, and there should be nakamark na do not open before date time of opening of bids. Ang submission of bids, no, is only shall required na dito yung one copy lang of the first and second components of each bid. No, take note, no, yung pagsasubmit ng bid is one copy lang yan. Original lahat. Now, if ever the procuring entity, no, may request additional hard copies or electronic copies of the bid. However, kung ang bidder fail to comply, no, with the said request, no, for another copy, it is not a ground for disqualification. So another new provision yan na kung mag-require ang procuring entity ng additional copy and then hindi naka-comply ang bidder, so hindi yan ground for disqualification, no? So only one copy lang yun ang required for the bidder to submit, no? Now if ever na, so ito yun, no, kung magkakaroon magre-request ng another copy, so copy 1, so the same thing sa gagawin, the same thing sa ginawa doon sa original, no, except that may naka-mark na copy 1. So in case of multiple in the case of multiple copies, like naghingi yung bidder, hindi masyado mabait, nag-comply siya doon sa request na magbigay pa ng another copy of his bid. So, meron na yung original bid, tsaka copy 1. So, ilalagay yung dalawa na yon sa isang malaking envelope, no? One single envelope. And again, it should be marked, no? Shall be contain the name and of the name of the contract to be bid, name and address of the bidder, then the recipient, and there should be marked do not open before date time of opening of bids. So mangyayari man talaga no na meron talaga mangyari na sa pagmamadali or minsan sa yung na properly marked na nakuan na envelope na disgrasya, nabasa while papunta sila doon sa procuring entity na nabasa dahil sa ulan, tapos hindi na possible na i-submit yung na properly sealed, no? So magkakaroon ng inilagay nila yung bids nila doon sa panibagong envelope na mangyayari, magiging unsealed na at saka unmarked bid. So magiging unmarked. Tapos yung in case sa electronic submission, hindi na-compress yung files at saka walang password. So hindi yun kung ano itatanggapin, no? Provided, so ang dapat ang tatanggapin improperly sealed and marked lang. Then properly compressed yun, no? And password corrected. So again, but improperly sealed unmarked bid envelopes or not properly compressed and password protected will be accepted provided, no? In case lang ba no na nagkaroon talaga ng yung isasubmit nila na envelope is walang sealed tsaka walang mark dahil nga nabasa while ongoing sila padung sa PE. So humanap sila ng panibagong ng envelope. So naka-provide dito na pwede tanggapin provided that the bidder or his duly authorized representative shall acknowledge such condition of the bid as submitted. Then the bank shall assume no responsibility for the misplacement of the contents of the improperly sealed or marked bid or for its premature opening. Siyempre, hindi na mag-assume responsibility, no, yung bank, no? So dapat kung unsealed or unmarked yung bid envelope, so dapat i-acknowledge yun ng bidder, no? Okay, acknowledge check na naman tayo.
All right, so at this juncture, I really hope that our participants really listen to our research speaker, because this knowledge check is extra special because you're going to input your answer to our Zoom chat box. So for the first one who will answer our knowledge check correctly will win a special token from GPPB PSO. So right, so again, paunahan po ulit sa pagsagot para sa ating knowledge check na ito. So, for our question, improperly sealed and improperly marked bid envelopes shall be accepted provided that the bidder or its duly authorized representative shall acknowledge such condition of the bid as submitted. Is it true or false? Again,
Improperly sealed and improperly marked bid envelopes shall be accepted provided that the bidder or its duly authorized representative shall acknowledge such condition of the bid as submitted. Is it true or false? Okay, so let's check who answered first to our Zoom chat box.
Okay. Basta.
Okay, sir, for this specific poll, 76%, 76% sir answered true, while 24% sir answered false.
Meron pa rin hindi nakinig, no?
Yes po. Pero since this is a special knowledge check, the first one who answered our poll correctly is from LGU Kalayaan, Ma'am Angel Ruth Lim. And her answer po is true. Is it
Thank
correct
you.
po?
Congratulations. So the correct answer is true. So kasasabi ko lang yan, no? Kadi-discuss lang kanina na yung improperly sealed and marked bid envelopes pwedeng ma-accept provided that the bidder or his duly authorized representative shall acknowledge such condition of the bid, no, as submitted. So i-acknowledge lang ng bidder, no, na gano'n ang condition. So true ang tamang sagot doon, Mark.
All right. So,
Okay.
all participants, please listen to our research speaker po para ma-perfect po natin ang susunod po nating knowledge check. Again, sir, thank you. We may now proceed to the discussion po.
Okay. Thank you, no, for your participation sa knowledge check. So let's proceed. No, we are now in the submission and receipt of bids. So mayroong mga timelines, no, for submission and receipt of bids. So the date of submission should not be later than the following periods from the last day of posting of instruction to bidders. So merong sa goods, 5 calendar days, sa infra, 50 calendar days. If it is 50 million below yung EPC, 65 calendar days. If above 50 million yung EPC, then sa consulting services, 75 calendar days. So take note, no, this is from the last day of posting of instruction to bidder. So kala nyo yung last day ng posting of an invitation to bid. So doon yan mag-fall sa 7 calendar days, no? 7 calendar days. After 7 calendar days doon na mag-i-start ito. Then itong mga numbers na nandito, no? Then bago ito, this is a new provision for bids submitted electronically. The PE shall generate a bid receipt page for the official time of submission, which can be saved or printed by the bidder upon receipt of the first and second envelope. So mag-generate ang PE, no, ng receipt page. Then submission ng receipt of page of bids. And during the submission ng receipt sa bids niya, so mayroon tayong provision, no, na yung modification of bids, of submission of bids, no, then bidder shall not be allowed to retrieve its original bid. So hindi siya allowed na kunin niya yung original bid, then submit. He should submit, no, new bid equally sealed, properly identified, and linked to its original bid unmarked as a modification. So ito yung mga provision, no, for modification of bids. Then for withdrawal of bids, letter of withdrawal must be received prior to the deadline for submission and receipt of bids. Then the bid withdrawn within the interval between the deadline and expiration reviewability, the bid security shall be forfeited. So this is a new provision. For electronic bid submission, bidders shall send another bid equally secured, properly identified and labeled as a modification of the one previously submitted. Then the time indicated in the latest bid receipt page generated shall be the official time of submission. So opening and preliminary examination. So this is another procurement stage, no? Opening and preliminary examination of bids. So meron tayo dito provision, the BAC shall open the bids in public immediately after the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. Now take note, no, itong kanba, no, pag submit, pag na-receive na yung mga bids, so the BAC shall open immediately. So immediately yun, no? Hindi pwedeng sa kanayan, or kung if ever na hindi sila makakomply ng immediately, dapat mag-accomplish sila ng notice of postponement of opening of bids. No? Dapat ang requirement is immediately, hindi na pagtatagalin. So first envelope, the criteria is the criteria are presence or absence, no? Then checklist of required documents. Then itong checklist of required documents, dati yung BAC kami ang nagprepare nito, but now doon sa updated na Philippine bidding documents, meron nang naka-provide na checklist of required documents doon, no? So ang gagawin nyo lang is mag-print lang kayo doon, at saka yun na ang guide niyo, no, for your preliminary examination of bids. So non-discretionary pass-fail criteria. So meaning non-discretionary, kung merong siyang required documents na hindi na submit, so automatic fail na yun, no? So kasi dapat dito sa preliminary examination of bids is only lang yun, pag-verify kung yung mga required documents nandoon ba or wala, no? Kung nandoon, kung present, so nandoon yung lahat, so he will be declared pass, or mayroong isang document, the required document lang na wala, so that will be declared as failed, no? Then sa second envelope, which is the financial component of the bid, so only the second envelopes of bidders whose first envelope was rated pass shall be open, no? So yung mga first envelope na hindi na rated fail, so hindi na i-open dito sa opening of second envelope, no? So only bidders whose first and second envelopes were rated pass will be ranked as read. So dito sa stage na ito, magkakaroon tayo ng abstract of bids as read. So with that, they will be ranked from lowest to highest, no? Then it doesn't necessary na kung dito pa lang sa preliminary examination, you will come out, the bidder who has Lowest bid will now be the winner. So hindi pa yun, no? Hindi pa ibig sabihin yun na siya na ang maging winner kung nakuha na, kung siya ang pinaka-lowest. Kasi dadaan pa tayo sa another steps doon, no? So in case digital, the electronic submission, so password shall be disclosed by the bidders only during actual bid opening. So na-discuss naman ito, no? So ito na. Sa opening and preliminary examination of bids, so in case the submitted bids cannot be opened as scheduled due to justifiable reasons, then the BAC shall take custody of the said bids and reschedule the opening on the next working day or at the soonest possible time, then post in the PhilJEP's website and the website of the PA concerned a notice of postponement, no? Halimbawa, ako ngayon, mayroon sana kaming opening of bids at 10:30. So dahil nandito ako, then dahil hindi kami makakonstitute ng quorum, dahil yung ibang back member din, may mga conflicting commitments din. So yung back secretariat namin nagpadala kagabi ng notice of postponement, then it was posted in the PhilJEPs na yung bid opening namin will be rescheduled this afternoon. So yun lang, no? Kung hindi tayo maka-open dahil nga may justifiable reason, di walang quorum or nagkaroon ng bagyo, so yung back maggawa ng notice of postponement, then to be approved by the back chairperson, no? Then dito na tayo sa mga technical component, no, and of the first envelope. So let's examine this one by one, no. So sa technical component is yung laman noon are eligibility requirements and technical requirements. So sa eligibility requirements, you have Class A, which composed of legal documents, technical documents, and financial documents. Then sa technical requirements, we have bid security, project requirements, and omnibus or statement. Now, under sa eligibility requirements, we have legal documents. First requirement is the PhilJEP certificate of registration, platinum membership, or SEC certificate of registration, DTI registration, mayor's business permit, tax clearance, then audited financial statement. Then Class A documents for technical documents are statement of all ongoing contracts, statement of single largest completed contract, valid pickup license, special pickup license for joint venture for infra, statement of the consultant specifying its nationality for consulting services. Then Class A financial documents, NFCC or CLC for goods. Then in case of joint venture agreement entered into by the parties. Now explain ko lang dito, no, sa PhilJEPs dito sa legal documents, no. If ever ba na kasi ang required talaga for submission is yung PhilJEP certificate of registration, platinum membership. So there are no other type of membership, no, na in-issue ang PhilJEPs ngayon. So platinum lang talaga yan, membership. Now, if ever ba na one of the kasi itong mga naka-red na mga documents, no, SEC certificate, mayor's business permit, tax clearance, and audited financial statement. So, yung mga validity nito naka-indicate yan dito sa PhilJEPs registration. Now, if ever ba na usually yung mayor's permit tsaka tax clearance ang yung validity na affected yung validity. Now, if during the time of bidding, yung validity nito is nag-lapse na. So, yung validity na naka-reflect doon sa certificate of registration for mayor's permit, for example, is nagkuha na, hindi na naglapse na. So the bidder shall submit an updated mayor's permit, mayor's business permit, no? Kasi yung bidder hindi pa siguro nakapag-update kasi yung siguro hindi pa na nakapag-update na, nakapag-submit na siya pero hindi pa nakapag-release ng panibagong updated certificate yung PGF, no, for that particular bidder. So kung mayroong document na nag-expire na, so he will submit the updated document. So ito yung mga mga provisions, no, for mayor's permit. So present mayor's business permit shall be accepted together with the OR. Then the renewed permit shall be submitted as a post-qualification requirement in accordance with section 34.2 of the 2016 IRR, no? So pwede tanggapin yung expired mayor's permit at saka together with the OR, then provided na yung renewed permit niya i-submit niya during the post-qualification. Then tax clearance submission of BIR received for renewal of tax clearance will not showcase in lieu of a valid tax clearance requirement. So submission of provisionary tax clearance issued by the BIR for bidding purposes is not acceptable, no, form of tax clearance. Meaning, so kung tax clearance dapat talaga yun na yung talaga yung approved na, yung updated na ang required, no. If ever ba na yung validity na naka-indicate doon sa PGEP's certificate of registration nag-expire na. So dapat ang isasabit niya yun talagang updated na tax clearance. So discussion on the statement of ongoing government and private contracts. So statement of the bidder of all ongoing government and private contracts. So take note, no, so hindi lang ongoing government projects niya kundi kasama na ang private contracts, no, including contracts awarded, no, but not yet started, whether similar or not similar in nature and complexity to the contract to be bid. Then the statement shall include all information required in the bidding documents. So itong ibig sabihin itong statement shall include all the information required in the bidding. Kasi mayroon tayong format niyan, no? Mayroong format niyan. So kailan yan nakuha, dapat ilagay nila, kailan na awarded, kailan ilan na lang yung balance ng work, no? Dapat naka-indicate yun. Tapos mayroon talagang monetary data doon, no? Dahil kailangan ito sa pag-compute ng NFCC. Itong statement of all ongoing contracts, no? This is a very important information, no, for the computation of NFCC. Then sa goods, regarding dito sa statement of single largest completed contracts, no, for goods, meron tayong general rule na at least 50% dapat yung bidder mag-submit ng single largest completed contract na at least 50% of the EBC for services and expendable supplies, no, Then kung then 25% of the ABC if it is expendable supplies. Then meron tayong exceptions dyan, no? If at the onset and other market research applying the general rule will likely result to failure of bidding or monopoly, then require at least two similar contracts aggregate amount at least equivalent to required percentage and largest of the similar contracts amounts to at least 50% of the required percentage. So anyway, ito nasa 2000 nasa ito no, nasa handbook ito na provision. Then to illustrate lang this provision, ito yung exception, no. So halimbawa there is an expendable goods amounting to an ABC of 1 million. So for the general rule, ang required ng SLCC of the bidder is 25% of the ABC. Now, so yung single largest complete contract, ito yung mga natapos na ba niya. So ito yung, so kung ang amount, so ang required amount nito is taking this general rule is 250,000, no, kung 25% of the 1 million. So sana dapat meron siyang 250,000 na natapos na completed na contract. Now, pero yung mga natapos na niya na mga contracts, no, our first amount only 100, then second is 200,000. So obviously hindi siya qualified, no, for this 250,000 na required percentage. So applying the exception, so the aggregate amount of at least two similar contracts is at least equivalent to the required percentage. So yung aggregate amount niya, so yung pag total mo itong 100 tsaka 200,000, so magtototal ito ng 300,000. So pasar siya sa first condition, no, na yung aggregate amount, yung total of at least two similar contract is at least equivalent to the percentage, required percentage. Then the largest of the similar contracts amount to at least 50% of the required percentage. So yung 50% ng required, ito yung required percentage, 250,000. So yung 50% yan is 125. So yung largest niya is 200. So kan siya, he is qualified, no? Acceptable siya. So the same din application dito sa kabila, non-expendable goods. So yun lang, no. So applying ito lang, in-illustrate lang dito yung pag-apply ng that particular provision, no. So the same din ito yung non-expendable goods. Technical requirements, single largest complete contract for infrastructure projects naman, no. So kung infrastructure projects, the SLCC submitted completed should be similar to the contract to be bid or has the same major categories of work. So ibig sabihin, kung ang project is concreting, so dapat mayroon siyang completed contract na concreting din. Ang isasabit niya na single largest complete contract dapat similar na concreting din. So hindi siya pwedeng mag-submit ng building. Although yung amount is 50% of the ABC to be bid, no? Then contractors, ito yung mga contractors na nagsisimula pa lang, no, under small a and small b categories without similar experience of the contract may participate if the cost of the contract to be bid is not more than the allowable range of contract costs of the registration. Now, itong allowable range of contract cost, ito yung pagbabasihan natin. Kung halimbawa medium B siya, halimbawa medium B, kung yung medium B na yon, pasok ba siya sa amount ng ABC, no? Amount ng ABC. Kasi nangyari kasi niya na halimbawa yung medium A, ang kaya lang nila is 50 million. Tapos yung project is 60 million. So hindi siya pwedeng mag-participate doon. So dapat yung allowable range of contract cost niya is more than doon sa ABC. Now itong allowable range of contract cost, doon natin yan makikita sa sa pickup. So ang pickup mo ang nagre-release niyan kasi ina-update nila yan. So ano yung applicable? Kasi importante ito kasi mayroon nangyari dito sa amin yan na 100 million lang yung 100 million ang project, tapos yung ARCC ng contractor na yon is 490 million lang. So na question bakit in-award, no? So dapat ito titignan din, no? I have a table pero baka updated din, hindi pa ako nakatingin ng panibago, no, sa pickup. So might as well, no, kung sa inyo tignan nyo lang doon kasi yung mga contractor kasi they are registered according to yung classification or registration of sa nasa pickup yan eh. Mayroong kung roads, medium A siya, medium A, may corresponding registration, no. Doon natin titignan yan, no. I-compare natin yan doon sa allowable range of contract cost. May corresponding yung mga works nila or category, no, like roads, merong medium A, building, large A, ganon. So doon natin i-compare yan sa allowable range of contract cost. So Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, so this is required ito sa for infra project. So it should be valid license, valid yun during the time of valid at the time and at the time of the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. Now nowadays, yung mga nagjo-joint venture na mga contractors, they have to secure a special pickup license, no, in case magkaroon ng mga joint venture. So meron tayong non-acceptability of temporary pickup license, no? So accept tayo kung ang license issued by the pickup allowing an entity to engage in business as a contractor. So turnaround time for each issuance is 20 calendar days. So temporary license shall not be accepted, no, as an LGBT or documentary requirements in lieu of the valid pickup license. So financial requirements, so audited financial statement. So it has to be showing amount, showing among others the bidder's total and current assets and liabilities. No, ito yung importante na mga data, no? Current assets and current liabilities. Then it has to be stamp received by the BIR. Then the audited financial statement for the preceding calendar year, which should not be earlier than 2 years from the date of the bid submission. Now, these current assets and current liabilities are to be used, no, in the computation of the bidder's NFCC. Then another financial eligibility requirements is the NFCC, no. So applicable for goods and infra projects So ito yung computation, no? Current assets minus current liabilities times K. Yung K is standard na yan or constant yan, 15 kasi dati depende sa duration or amount, pabago-bago yan. So ngayon, fixed na yan, 15. Then minus the value of all outstanding or uncompleted portions of the projects under ongoing, under ongoing contracts. So the NFCC shall determine, no, kung financially capable ba yung bidder. Kasi yung net financial contracting capacity value should be at least equal to the approved budget for the contract to be bid, no. Now, merong isang requirement for goods, no. Goods lang ito, no, goods. Yung financial eligibility requirements niya is either NFCC or credit line certificate. Now, itong credit line certificate is 10%, no? 10% of the ABC issued by the banks, no? So take note, no? Yung financial eligibility requirements is sa goods, pwede NFCC or credit line certificate. But for infrastructure projects, NFCC lang talaga. Now for joint venture, requirements for joint ventures, no? Joint submission. So their valid joint venture agreement to be submitted by all parties. So ito yung mga contractors na nag-joint venture, no? In case na nag-joint venture sila, so yung mga legal, yung isa-submit nila na mga documents is both of them, all the partners, no, shall submit eligibility, legal eligibility, meaning katong PhilJeps, no, documents, ito. Then either sa partner, yung technical eligibility documents, yung single largest completed contract, statement of ongoing, tapos financial eligibility requirements. So dito lang sila, yung dalawang partners lang, ang isasubmit nila ay yung both partners, no, magsasubmit ng eligibility documents, but for technical and financial eligibility, so either of the partner. Hindi silang dalawa ang magsasubmit ng technical and financial eligibility documents. Isa lang sa kanila. So kadalasan dito, para sila ma-qualified, kadalasan ang nagsasubmit nito is yung meron ng malaking experience, no, or malaki ng mga projects na natapos para pasok yung EBC, pasok yung SLCC doon sa EBC. Now, we now go to the technical requirements, no. So for goods, sasabit lang nila is conformity with the technical specifications. So ito yung document na nandoon sa Philippine Bidding Documents. Actually, this is section 7, no, of the Philippine Bidding Documents. So doon natin makikita yung mga comply ba, no, nilalagay ng bidder doon sa corresponding doon sa item na to be procured. So balikan ko lang, no, take note, no, itong conformity with technical specifications Naka-provide ito sa Section 7 of the Philippine Bidding Documents for Goods and Services. Kasi dalawa yung magkasunod yung schedule of requirements, which is Section 6 of the Philippine Bidding Documents, then Section 7, which is the technical specification. So ang require lang natin sa bidder na isasubmit nila is ito, conformity with the technical specification. All you have to do is to fill up yung itong technical specification under Section 7 of the Philippine Bidding Documents. So dito for the infrastructure projects, we have the number one requirement is the organizational chart for the contract to be bid. So yung organization nila for that particular project. Then list of contractors' key personnel. Then list of contractors' major equipment units. Now itong list of contractors' key personnel, and list of contractors' major equipment units, these are required, these are indicated, mga requirements nito, indicated ito sa bidding bid data sheet. So halimbawa sa key personnel are project engineer, so ilalagay natin dyan kung mga experiences nila, Tapos yung list of contractors major equipment units, kung ano yung yung list of contractors major equipment units, ilalagay nila lease ba or to be leased or owned ba, Tapos ito yung list of contractors major equipment na naka-indicate na in-indicate din natin doon sa bid data sheet. So so yung gagawin lang ng bidder is ilagay lang nila sa statement na yung meron silang key personnel at saka equipment na nire-required ng project as stated, as indicated doon sa bid data sheet. Dito sa consulting services, medyo marami ito, Sa consulting services, meron pa yung technical proposal form, bid security, consultants reference. So ito lahat nandoon ito sa Philippine Bidding Documents, Now bid security. So yung bid security is to guarantee that the successful bidder within 10 calendar days from receipt of the notice of award enter into contract with the PE and furnish the performance security required. So kung hindi siya magpirma ng kontrata at saka hindi siya mag-furnish ng performance security, that will be a grounds for the forfeiture of this bid security. Now, bid security has different forms. We have cash or cashier's manager's check, then bank security, 2% of the ABC, then the bid securing declaration, which is a cashless form, then for surety bond callable upon demand, 5% of the ABC. So if they submitted surety bond, see to it na mayroong nakalagay dyan na callable upon demand. Dahil kung iba kasi kung walang callable upon demand tsaka mayroong callable upon demand, kasi kung walang callable upon demand, masyadong problema yan kung magiging forfeited yung bid docs, mahirapan tayo sa pag-claim. So meron tayong mga provisions, panibagong provisions sa bid securing declaration under GPPB Resolution 16/2020. So So revised omnibus sworn statement. So tell your bidder na careful sila dito sa omnibus sworn statement no na isa-submit kasi until lang we have disqualified bidders dahil yung ginamit nila na omnibus sworn statement yung dati pa no na siguro yung mga copy paste lang nila ng mga forms but sa inisyu namin na bidding documents no revised na yung sworn statement namin omnibus sworn statement but they didn't use no so dahil kasi may under sa revised omnibus sworn statement merong mga additional provisions no like in color red dito sa slide nito yung non-inclusion in the blacklist then in case of advance payment was made no itong provision nito dahil kung pag-open ninyo they still use the old one then wala itong dalawang provision new provision so that will be ground no for disqualification so see to it lang na complete or para hindi talaga kuan yung gumamit talaga kayo ng bagong yung updated Philippine bidding documents no kasi provided naman itong forms na ito then electronic submission and receipt of bid. So the scanned copies of the first envelope with the required form shall be considered as compliant with the requirements of bid submission. Then subject to the submission of the original copies of the following. Then during post-qualification, so kailangan pa rin yung original copies, no? Then bid security or bid securing declaration, then omnibus sworn statement. Kasi kung ito kasi ito legal documents no, mayroong mga mayroong mga notary. So dapat yung during post qualification required din na i-submit yung original copy no ng bid security or bid securing declaration at saka omnibus sworn statement. If ever the bidder submitted their bids electronically, no. The non-submission of this form shall be ground for post disqualification, no, pursuant to section 30.1 of the. So take note lang, no, yung mga slides na mayroong nakalagay na new, no, dapat take note lang kayo dyan kasi yan talaga ang mga pagbabago, no. Okay, another knowledge check.
Yes, sir. So at this moment, we're going to have our third knowledge check for this session. Again, may I request all participants to please choose their answer to our Zoom polling feature. So our question is, procuring entities cannot add another requirement to nor delete any requirement from the identified list of eligibility requirements. Is it true or false? Again, procuring entities cannot add another requirement to nor delete any requirement from the identified list of eligibility requirements. Is it true or false? All right. Most of our participants are answering true. Pero meron din pong ulit na sumasagot na false. So again, guys, please cast your answers.
Hindi pa na-discuss.
In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There we have it, sir. We have 84% who answered true while we have 16% who answered false. Sir, ano po ba ang
Okay.
tamang sagot po for this question?
Okay, ma'am. Nice number na yan, no? So, the answer is true, no? So, the procuring entity cannot add another requirement nor delete any requirement from the identified list of eligibility requirements. Now, ano man ang basis nito, no? Bakit nandito ito sa non-policy matter, no? Na non-policy matter 142-216 215, no? So PE are not required, are proscribed or not allowed, no, from requiring additional requirements. Then the list of minimum eligibility requirements under the revised IRR has been streamlined, simplified such that only those requirements enumerated in sections 23.1, 24.1, and 25.1 of the IRR are necessary for purposes of determining eligibility of determining bidders eligibility. No, so true yun, hindi sila allowed, no, na magdagdag pa ng mga eligibility documents. Okay. Thank you no sa inyong participation. So I hope nandyan pa kayo, no? Malapit na tayo mag-lunch. Okay. So meron tayong mga requirements, no, for alternative documentary requirements, no, during a state of calamity or restrictions. So under GPPB resolution number 09-2020. So applicable lang ito, no, sa mga emergency. So punta na tayo dito sa opening and evaluation of second envelope. So again, yung mag-open lang ng second envelope kung yung first envelope has rated pass, no? Now, so ito yung mga requirements, no? Ito yung mga financial component ng second envelope. So for goods and services, we have bid form. Itong bid form nasa Philippine Bidding Documents ito. Then applicable price schedule. Nandun din ito sa Philippine Bidding Documents. So dito sa applicable price schedule, maraming column yan, no? May mga country of origin pa yan. Tsaka dito makikita yung unit cost ng particular item as well as the total cost or total bid price which will correspond to the amount stated in the bid form. So again, no, itong mga forms na ito, nandun ito sa Philippine Bidding Documents, no? For further reference, you can look into this, no? So meron din tayo ditong goods from, dalawa yun eh, merong goods from abroad tsaka goods from within the Philippines. So kung magkakaroon, so sa yung mga bidders, doon sila maglagay or mag-indicate ng kanilang mga bid price, no? Kasi dati doon sa technical specification or sa schedule of requirements, may naglalagay ng price doon eh, ng bid price. Doon sila nagtototal kasi dahil nga nandoon yung naka-indicate doon yung item, so tinatapatan na lang nila, no, ng presyo. But ang talaga ang gagamitin talaga na form is itong applicable price schedule. Now, siguro kung yun nga, mas mabuti talaga na magkakaroon sila ng soft copy ng bidding documents para mag-copy paste lang nila kung tinataban silang mag-encode. Kasi ilalagay din yung item doon sa applicable price schedule, no, under sa particulars. So, halimbawa, kung maraming kasi pag Pag IT kasi, maraming specs yan. So kung tinatabas sila mag-encode, so pwedeng copy-paste lang nila yung naka-indicate doon sa kuan, naka-reflect doon sa technical specification, no? So again, no, for kuan yun, para maganda yung bidding ninyo, maganda yung bidding, so dapat ito yung gagamitin nila. Kasi itong mga forms nito, this will also form part of the contract, no? Hindi na kailangan na maglagay pa ng presyo doon sa contract, no? Yung total price lang ilalagay sa contract kasi meron naman tayong contract form na naka-provide ng Philippine bidding documents, no? Kasi kung maglalagay pa, kung gagawa pa kayo ng PO, so another copy-copy na naman, baka may ma-miss out. So mabuti na ito na talaga yung ito na yung pagbabasihan sa sa presyo ng mga items na in-offer, no? Now dito sa infrastructure projects, yung financial component, meron tayong financial bid form, nasa Philippine bidding documents din yan. Then itong bid prices in the bill of quantities, wala yan, no? Walang standard form binigay ang Philippine bidding documents niyan. Pero kung gusto ninyong maganda talaga yung this is provided by the procuring entity, no? Itong bill of quantities. So wala pang nagiging standard niyan. So ang mas magandang sundin yung forms ng DPWH, no? Kasi mas maganda tingnan kasi experience namin sa mga LGU, kanya-kanya kasing kanya-kanyang forms, no, ng bill of quantities, no. Pero ang importante lang ditong bill of quantities, dapat yung mga ito kasi yung summary of cost, summary of cost ng mga items of work involved, no. So ito dapat yung bill of quantities dapat consistent doon sa program of work ng procuring entity. So halimbawa, yung roads, no. So lahat ng items na nasaan doon sa program of work dapat yun din ang nandito sa bill of quantities. So ang gagawin na lang ng contractor, ng bidder dyan is maglagay na lang ng presyo, no. So then ditong detailed estimates required ito dahil ito yung magsusupport doon sa mga total cost ng individual item of works na naka-indicate doon sa bill of quantities. Then cash flow by quarter. Okay? Yung mga mga municipal engineer, no, ito yung babantayan. So yung gagawin yung bill of quantities, yung blank form nito dapat pwedeng gayahin yung suggestion ko lang ba na gayahin yung sa DPWH, no. Sa consulting services, so financial component, so ito yung financial proposal submission form. So lahat ng ito nandun ito sa Philippine bidding documents, no, for consulting services. So marami-rami ito. So detailed evaluation of bids. So pag yung preliminary opening of bids, so nagbasa na nakuha ninyo yung mga lowest doon, so it doesn't mean na yun ang mananalo. So isa-subject pa yon sa lahat ng financial proposal noon, isa-submit pa sa detailed evaluation of bids. So ang purpose nito is to determine the lowest calculated bid, no, or highest rated bid in case of consulting services, no, by establishing correct calculated prices of bids and ranking calculated total bid prices from lowest to highest. So if ever matapos na itong bid evaluation, so magkakaroon na kayo ng abstract of bids as calculated, no. Yung abstract of bids na i-prepare as calculated na yon. So method, non-discretionary criterion shall be used, no, which shall include consideration of completeness of bids and minor arithmetical corrections. So yung in case the arithmetical corrections, so in case doon sa kuwan, total price ng particular item, so i-multiply mo lang yung unit cost saka quantity. So kasi minsan nakakamali din yung yung bidder dyan. So yun ang i-check ninyo, no? Then timeline ng bid evaluation will be should be completed, no, within 7 calendar days from the deadline of receipt of proposals. Then detailed evaluation of bids, no, in case na mayroon mga discrepancies kasi kadalasan sa LGU walang mga bid prices in words. So doon lang namin nakikita yan sa infra ng DPWH. Pero dito kadalasan sa Cebu, sa Region 7 walang in words na in figures, so hindi masyadong na-apply ito. But in case na mayroong words talaga or mayroong words at saka figure, so in case of mayroong discrepancies, so as the rule says, no, na bid prices in figures against bid price in words, so words ang mag-prevail. Total price per item, so meaning unit price i-multiply mo sa quantity, so kung anong lalabas doon, yung computed mo, yun ang lalabas, yun talaga ang magagaber, no? So stated total price, actual sum of prices of component items, then unit cost in the detailed estimate, then unit cost in the bill of quantities. So magtaka siguro kayo, no, bakit mayroong unit cost nakakadiferensya sa in case of mayroong diferensya sa unit cost in the detailed estimate saka unit cost in the bill of quantities. Kasi nangyari na dito yan na yung unit cost halimbawa 1,000, tapos ang total cost ng item na yon nung sa detailed estimate, ang total is 100,000. Tapos ang 10 basta nagkaroon ng ang nagamit pagdating na dito sa bill of quantities, yun ang ang total cost ng item na naka-indicate do, naka-reflect doon sa detailed estimate, yun ang nagamit. Buti na lang kahit yun ang nagamit, ang total instead of the unit cost, hindi pa rin lumagpas sa ABC, no, yung computation. So yung nangyari na yon, ang ginamit talaga nag-burn yung unit cost na nakalagay doon sa bill of quantities. Hindi yung unit cost na nakalagay doon sa detailed estimates. Okay? So sa consulting services, no, opening and evaluation of proposals, so simple lang yung infra at saka goods, no, but dito sa consulting services sa bid evaluation merong dalawang methods of evaluating bids, no. We have the quality based evaluation, then quality cost based evaluation. So the entire evaluation process from proposal opening to submission of the bid evaluation results to the hope should not exceed 21 calendar days. So what are the difference between quality-based evaluation and quality cost-based evaluation? So yung quality-based evaluation, ginagamit lang yan kung complex or highly specialized assignments, no, which is difficult to precisely define the TOR. Then applicable in other cases. Now, in the QBE, considers only the technical proposals in the ranking. Then in the quality cost-based, considers both technical and financial proposals in the ranking. So ito yung magiging another flow, no? So sa quality cost-based, primero mag-submit sila ng submit ng technical and financial proposals. Ito na yung mga mga na-shortlisted ba? Shortlisted consultant, tapos ang isasabit na lang nila is the technical and financial proposals. So open technical proposals only, then sa quality-based evaluation, nag-submit sila ng technical and financial. Tapos ang iwan ng i-open is technical proposal, then evaluation and ranking of technical proposals. Then out of that evaluation, the back will come out with kanang result kung sino ang nagkaroon ng highest bid, tapos a highest rated bid, then for recommendations of approval sa back, then hope shall disapprove, then notification of HRB for opening of financial proposal and negotiation, then opening of financial proposal, then negotiations. Now itong financial proposals ng consultant, no, hindi yung dapat ito should not exceed the EBC. Then sa quality cost-based evaluation, so mag-open sila ng opening and evaluation of technical proposal. So the same ito sa quality-based evaluation din. Then i-open nila yung financial proposal. Then ranking and determination of HRB, approval and disapproval of back recommendation by the hope, then notification of highest rated bid for negotiation, then negotiations. So in the bid evaluation of consulting services, dalawang type of evaluators, merong individual evaluation at saka collegial. So individual, yung each back bibigay ng numerical scores. Then kung collegial as a group, magbibigay sila ng rating as a group, no? Then in the individual evaluation, meron tayong provision dito na the highest and lowest scores for each consultant for each criterion are disregarded to help eliminate bias. So to illustrate, no? So for example, in this example, there are 5 firms, no? Then there are 5 back evaluators. So these are their mga result of their ratings, no? So it turns out in this initial table, no, na firm number one is the highest, no, having the 86 rate, but applying the disregarding of the highest and lowest rate to eliminate bias. Kasi yung bias kasi nangyayari dyan, bawa yung firm A mas malapit ang puso sa evaluator A, kaya mas malaki ang binigay niya, no, 95. So ito ding firm 2, dahil ayaw niya yung ayaw ng A yung firm 2, so yun 75. So parang kakaroon ng bias pa, hindi objective yung pag-ranking. So applying those kanang elimination, so ito yung mangyayari. So ito yung mangyayari, no? So in-eliminate natin yung 95 at 83 for firm 1 being the highest and lowest, then so on, no, sa ibang firm. So it turns out na yung firm 2 got the highest rank, no, of 86. So yung remaining rating, yun lang ang i-average natin. So sa bid evaluation criteria, mayroon tayong like doon, parehas doon sa shortlisting, no, mayroon ding criteria doon, but more on yun sa mga sa eligibility, no. Now dito sa evaluation, bid evaluation, more on yung approach nila doon sa project, no. So meron tayong assigned criteria dito, recommended. So meron tayong tatlong criterion dito, no? Quality of personnel, experience and capability, then plan of approach and methodology. So kaya gi-streamline yung merong shortlisting kasi itong plan, yung paggawa ng plan of approach and methodology, dito yung mahirap gawin. So unfair naman sa consultant na limited lang. Kung marami sila, limited ang chance of kanang winning the bid. So yun. Kaya nagkaroon ng shortlisting. So based dito, no, yun yung mga rating doon, 86, mga rating dito. So galing dito 'yan, no. So magse-set ngayon yung PE kung magkano ang kung ilang percentage ang lalagay nila for quality of personnel, experience and capability, provided na magtototal yan sa 100%, no. So quality, how is quality cost base is computed? No, quality cost consider nato ang technical and financial. So the above computes the ratings of each financial proposal in the following manner. No, lowest financial proposal shall be given 100 points. So inopen kasi natin yung lahat ng financial proposal. So sino yung lowest doon, yun ang makakakuha ng 100 points. Then other financial proposals are scored using the formula, no? So SF, financial score times 100 times FI, which is the lowest financial proposal. Then F is the financial proposal under consideration. So ito yung kinocompute na ng quality cost-based evaluation. So sa financial pa ito, no? Sa financial, sample of financial proposal. So granting, ito yung mga financial proposals ng different firms. So firm 2 is 100. So in-apply natin yung formula kanina. So 100, yung 100 kasi ito yung yung lowest, binigyan siya ng ng partido. So yung 100, ito yung lowest financial. Ito yung 101, yung financial proposal ng of that firm, no. So lalabas na applying the formula, yung firm 2 ang nagkaroon ng 100 na rating, no. So ito yung pag-compute, no, combination na ito ng technical at financial proposal. So using this formula, so S is the total score, ST is the technical score, SF is the financial score, T is the weight given to the technical proposal, F is the weight given to the financial proposal. Now itong mga weight given to the given to the technical and financial proposal, nasa nasa terms of reference yan. Ang PE ang magsiset niyan. So in this case, in this our example, 70% ang binigay, tapos sa technical, then 30% sa financial. So applying this formula, so itong technical score dapat ito 86 86 dapat ito. But anyway, ito yung pag-apply, no, ng formula, no. So i-combine mo na yung technical at saka financial score at saka yung mga weights sa technical and financial proposal. So whatever na magre-result dito, ira-ranking mo sila from highest to lowest, no. Highest to lowest naman ngayon. So whoever got the highest rated bid, so yun na yun ang subject na sa post qualification. So negotiation for consulting services. So negotiation with the highest rated bid, negotiation with anyone shall be completed within 10 calendar days. So doon sa bid evaluation, so sa goods and infra, mayroon na tayong nakakuha na tayo ng lowest calculated bid. Then dito sa consulting services, naka-determine na tayo ng highest rated bid, no? Now, that doesn't mean na sila na talaga ang mananalo. So still they have to be subjected to another stage, no, which is the post-qualification. Now, itong post-qualification, this is a stage na ang purpose nito is to determine whether the lowest calculated bid or highest rated bid complies and is responsive to all requirements and conditions as specified in the bidding documents to be declared then they will be declared lowest calculated and responsive bid and or the highest rated responsive bid. So this is again a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion shall be used to verify, validate, and ascertain all requirements and documents submitted by the LCB. So meaning ang katong preliminary bid evaluation, so pass-fail criteria, so dapat madali lang yun, no? Pass-pass yun. Hindi magtatagal yun. So dito magtatagal, no, to determine talaga kung compliant, no, yung LCB or HRB sa mga bidding requirements. So kasi mura nga siya, tapos hindi naman meron namang mga discrepancies sa mga informations na ibinigay niya as required, no? Halimbawa, sinabi niya na meron siyang na completed na projects na ganito. Tapos nung magkaroon kayo ng physical verification, yun pala yung project na yun delayed. Tapos meron pang defects, no? So that will affect the performance of that particular contractor, no? So yun dapat pag-isipan kung tanggapin ba o hindi, no? Dahil yun nga, meron siyang mga projects na delayed at saka meron pang mga defects, no? Isa yan sa mga titignan dito sa post-qualification other than the documents, no? So, post-qualification must be completed, no, not more than 12 calendar days or up to 45 calendars in exceptional cases upon approval of the HOPE. Then, in case of post-disqualification of the LCB, the BAC shall be given the same fresh period to conduct the post-qualification of the next lowest calculated bid. Meaning nito na halimbawa, na-conduct na sila ng, kasi 12 calendar days lang, no, ang ibibigay, no, for the post-qualification period. So halimbawa, kung yung first lowest calculated bid, nakagamit na sila ng 5 days, tapos after which na nakita nila na mayroong grounds for disqualification, so they now evaluate the next LCB, post-qualify the next LCB. So hindi ibig sabihin na 7 calendar days na lang ang remaining time nila. So mayroon pa silang another new 12 calendar days to conduct the post-qualification of the next LCB. So the same din yan kung halimbawa yung next LCB nag-disqualified, so the third na naman, so another new 12 calendar days. So mayroong provision dito na BAC will notify the BAC with the lowest calculated responsibility that it was determined as such, no? So yung mga LCB, yung lowest calculated bid, no, within 5 calendar days from receipt of notice, no, shall submit the following, no, so latest income and business tax returns, then other appropriate licenses and permits. So dati kasi itong other than income tax, meron pa dito yung PhilJeps, meron pang iba tax clearance, but now latest income tax lang, no, ang required for submission, no, sa mga post-qualified, sa mga lowest calculated bid. Now, that is failure to submit any of the following post-qualification requirements on time shall disqualify the bidder for award, no? So hindi siya makasubmit ng mga required documents, so ground siya for disqualification, then bid security shall be forfeited. So for foreign bidders who are participating, no? So within 10 calendar days from receipt of the winning bidder of the notice of award, the following documents shall be submitted before the contract may be awarded, no? So this certificate of registration of the foreign corporation or consulting firm and or authority or license from the appropriate government agency or professional regulatory board of the foreign consultants engaging in the practice of regulatories. Ito yung mga requirements, no? In case na mayroong foreign bidders na sumali sa bidding. Then award of contract. So the PAC shall recommend award of contract to the lowest calculated responsive bid or highest rated responsive bid at submitted price or calculated price, no, whichever is lower. So take note dito, no? Take note dito, no? Halimbawa, yung submitted price niya is halimbawa is naging mas mababa pa kaysa sa calculated price, but still he became the lowest calculated bid. So if ever yung lowest calculated bid nagtuloy-tuloy na yon hanggang na post qualified siya, no, applying this section 34.4, so whichever na maging lower sa submitted price or calculated bid price, yun ang dun i-award. So sa example ko ngayon, dahil mababa yung submitted price kaysa sa calculated price, so yung submitted price na naka-indicate doon sa bid form niya, yun na yun ang doon natin yun ang amount na i-award natin, no? Hindi yung yung lumabas na calculated price. So the PAC shall notify all other bidders now in writing of its recommendation to hope of award of contract to LCB or its RRB within 3 calendar days from the issuance of the resolution of recommending award. Then hope shall immediately issue the notice of award to the bidder with the lowest calculated responsive bid. So pag na-determine na yung LCRB or SRRB, no? So gagawa ng resolution yung PAC to be approved by the ano. So once ma-approve na, so the hope shall immediately issue notice of award. So yung notice of award, ang procuring entity na or hindi na ang PAC ang gagawa niyan, no? Ang mag-i-issue niyan. Take note, no? Hindi na ang PAC ang mag-issue ng notice of award, kundi ang hope na or ang procuring entity. Kasi nangyari sa akin yan, nung back secretariat pa ko, pinabawalan ako ng director namin na hindi ko alam ito, na provision, na Chris, hindi na ikaw ang maggagawa ng notice of award. Ang kami na ang gagawa niyan, no? So take note, no, na ang hope ang mag-issue ng notice of award. Then so within 15 calendar days na i-approve or i-disapprove ng hope yung notice of award. Ay yung resolution. Then meron tayong posting requirements, no? So award of notice of award within 3 calendar days from the date of issuance of the NOA. In the bulletin board, PILJEPs, on the website of the procuring entity. Then award of contracts is subject to the following conditions within 10 calendar days from issuance of NOA. So NOA pa lang tayo ngayon, wala pa tayong contract. So bago mag-award of contract, so yung award of contract, no, subject niyan sa following conditions. So dapat magbigay sila ng if joint venture, submission of joint venture agreement, in case of procurement of by a foreign or Philippine foreign office or post, PILJEPs registration number, the foreign funded, no, then posting of performance security, then signing of contract upon compliance with all documentary requirements, then if required, approvals by higher authority. So yung procurement process, no, from opening of bids to award of contract shall not exceed 3 months. So mandatory yan, no? Performance security. So performance security, ang gamit ito is to guarantee performance of obligation by LCRB or HRRB in such form and amounts specified in the bidding documents. So failure to post is ground for disqualification. Next rank LCRB shall undertake post qualification. Then bid security shall be forfeited without prejudice to the imposition of sanctions. Then forms, we have the cash or cashiers, good 5% for goods and consulting, then infra 10% of the contract price. So take note, no, hindi na ito percentage of the ABC contract price na. Then surety bond upon callable upon demand 30% of the contract price. So contract signing, so take note doon sa kung ano yung mga approving authority. So now another knowledge check. Mark?
All right, so we already have our fourth knowledge check for this session. Again, to our participants, please choose your answer to our Zoom polling feature. Our question is, where should procuring entities from the executive branch upload their advertisement and post award information? Is it A, PhilJeps, B, PhilJeps and social media platforms of the procuring entity, or letter C, PhilJeps official website and social media platform of the procuring entity? Again, where should procuring entities from the executive branch upload their advertisement and post award information? A, PhilJeps, B, PhilJeps and social media platform of the procuring entity, or C, PhilJeps official website and social media platforms of the procuring entity? Again, please choose your answer to our Zoom polling feature. Okay, for the last time, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There you have it, sir. We have 90% who answered letter C, PhilJeps official website and social media platform of procuring entity, while there's 10% who answered PhilJeps only and 2% who answered PhilJeps and social media platforms of the procuring entity. Again, sir, what is the right answer for our
The
fourth
correct
poll?
answer for this question is letter C, PhilJeps official website and social media platforms of the PE. Okay. Congratulations, to those who got the correct answer. So actually, that is a new issuance, so which we will discuss later. Okay, thank you. So malapit na kasi ang alas 12. So anyway, konting slides na lang ito. Okay, Mark, shall I continue?
Yes, sir. Let's continue for this.
Okay, now is the notice to proceed, So, yun nga, mayroon ng contract. So, now is the next step is the notice to proceed. So, the issuance of which is within 7 calendar days from the date of approval of the contract. So, pag nag-approve na yung contract, So, 7 calendar, mag-issue na ng NTP. So all notices called for by the terms of the contract shall be effective only at the time of receipt thereof by the successful bidder. No, take note lang dito, no, sa yung all notices called for by the terms of the contract. So magiging effective lang yan kung i-receive na ng bidder. So meaning kung wala pang yung winning bidder, no, gusto niya mag-buy ng time dahil wala pang stocks, hindi pa dumating yung stocks na dapat i-deliver. So mangyayari niyan baka magtatagalan pa niya ang pag-receive, no? So mabuti dapat humanap kayo ng paraan na dapat ma-receive niya agad yan na as soon as possible, no, para magiging effective na yung yung contract niyo. Kasi yung iba diyan magtatago pa no. Meron pa paraan diyan yung mga registered mail, no, kung ayaw niya talagang tumanggap physically, so through registered mail para may evidence na natanggap niya yun. Then, mayroon na naman tayong mga posting requirement kasi itong mga posting requirement dapat take note kayo dito dahil ito yung mga babantayan ng procurement monitoring report, no, para compliance ninyo sa compliance, para dito makita yung compliance ninyo sa posting. So, yung NTP at saka contract, no, within 15 calendar days from the date of issuance must be posted, no, in the PDFs, bulletin board, then website of the PE. Ito na yung knowledge check kanina, no? That is actually new provision, no? Meron pa palang isang slide. So, additional transparency requirements of post-award information of procurement projects. So, as per GPPP Resolution 04/2021, no, post-award information, no, so yung posting of procurement documents must be posted in the PDFs, the agency's official website, or the transparency seal, or in the social media platforms. So ito yung mga new issuances, no. So tingnan niyo lang yung GPP Resolution number 04/2021, no, about this one. So posting in newspapers. So new provision din ito, no. 04/2021 na pag ang projects ninyo with an ABC of 50 million and above, so you are required to post award information in a published newspaper of general circulation once, no. So 50 million and ABC with 50 million and above, so i-post ninyo yung post award information sa newspaper, no, at once lang sa newspaper of general circulation. Failure of bidding. So BAC shall declare a failure of bidding when no bids are received, but no one was eligible. All bids fail to post-qualify, or refusal of the post-qualified bidder to accept award without justifiable cause. So anong gagawin ninyo to move forward? So your mandatory review shall be conducted by BAC. Bakit nag-fail ang bidding? Then based on its findings, BAC shall revise terms, conditions, specifications. He may adjust ABC kung ang ABC mag-increase so subject to required approvals. Then rebidding and re-advertisement. So cancellation and termination of procurement activities. So under 2009-2020, so ito yung mga mga grounds for cancellation and termination of procurement activities. So ang bago lang dito is brought about by the declaration of a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restrictions. So all the rest nasa kanyan mga lumang nasa dating mga provisions yan, no? So section 41. Section 41 dito 'yon. So Hope reserves the rights to reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding, not award the contract. So due to the grounds, no, mga grounds ito, no, why the Hope reject or declare a failure of bidding, no. So if there is a prima facie evidence of collusion, BAC is found to have failed in following the prescribed bidding procedures. So mayroong pagkakamali, no, yung BAC, no, sa bidding procedures. Then for justifiable reason, the award of the contract will not redound to the benefits of the government. So due to physical and economic conditions have significantly changed, project is no longer necessary. Source of funds for the project has been withdrawn, reduced. So in case this will happen, so as I've said regarding sa bidding documents fee, so pwede maka-request for refund yung bidder, no? So knowledge check again. Mark?
Yes po. So this is our fifth knowledge check for our session. So the question is, which is a valid ground for the cancellation of procurement activity by the BAC under GPPB Resolution number 09-2020? A. Change in management. B. Unavailability of procuring entities website, social media, and PhilJEP's website. C. Brought by a declaration of state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restriction. Or D. None of the above. Again, which is a valid ground for the cancellation of procurement activity by the BAC under GPPB Resolution 09-2020. A. Change in management. B. Unavailability of procuring entities website, social media, and PhilJEP website. C. Brought about by the declaration of state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restriction. Or D. None of the above. Again, please cast your answers to our Zoom polling feature. Okay, so this is our last knowledge check na po pala, no? So please answer now to our Zoom polling feature in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So there we have it, sir. Majority, or we have 63% answered letter C, brought about by the declaration of a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restriction. While we have 25% answered letter D, none of the above. 9% answered letter B, unavailability of procuring entities website and social media and PhilJEP website, while there's a 2% who answered change in management. So engineer, what is the right answer for this question?
So the right answer is letter C, no? Letter C, Mark, brought about ground for cancellation of procurement activity, no, is one of the grounds, no, yung brought about by the declaration of a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restriction. So the correct answer is letter C.
Okay, so
So that was discussed, no, dito sa dito, no, dito. So under 09/2020, no, brought about by the declaration of state of calamity. So one of the considered one of the grounds niya, no, for cancellation and or procurement, no, activities. Okay. So that ends now my discussion. Mark, that ends my discussion, and
okay, thank you very much,
thank you
Engineer.
for this opportunity, no, na share ng namin expertise or experience. Okay, Mark, thank you.
Okay po, again sir, thank you very much po, Engineer Christopher Y. Orzal, for facilitating a comprehensive discussion on standard bidding procedure for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. At this point, we will be having our open forum na po agad, sir. So, we have 8 questions for our open forum, sir.
Can I stop share na?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll stop share now. Okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So for our first question po, in the procurement of goods, during contract implementation, the awarded bidder fails to deliver the goods on time. But prior to its contract due, the bidder submitted a letter requesting for the extension of the delivery period. Can the head of the procuring entity grant such request? If so, how long is the allowable period? And given request for extension has been granted, is it still required to post liquidated damage on that bidder?
Sa procurement of goods, walang provision for kanang time extension. Walang time extension for procurement of goods. So if he cannot deliver on time, so he will be subjected to liquidated damages.
Okay, sir. For our second question po, ang bid supplemental po ba ay need pa pong ipa-receive sa mga contractor, suppliers, or sa mga bumili ng bid documents?
Tignan ko lang anyway, it is posted naman, no, sa PhilJeps. So I think tignan ko lang, no. Hindi ko nakita masyado. Tingnan natin. Sandali.
So while our research speaker are researching for the question, may I remind all participants to please do not forget to accomplish our daily attendance sheet and also daily attendance through Google Form. And also for those who haven't registered yet to our OTMS, kindly check the email that the Secretariat sent to you and registered now to our OTMS. Okay, sir. Is it okay, sir, kung balikan po natin yung tanong po?
Okay. Another question na lang muna.
Okay, sir. Let's move forward po muna to our next question, which is requirement pa po bang i-check ang financial and technical documents kahit may platinum certificate na ang supplier na not expired?
Ang titignan lang dyan, no, kung ang financial, ang mga documents lang, no, na naka-attach doon sa platinum are yung SEC, DTI, tax clearance, mayor's permit, at saka audited financial statement. No, so kung merong mag-expire, no? So yun lang yung particular document na nag-expire, yun lang ang magbigay ng mag-submit ng valid or renewed documents yung bidder. Pero dito sa financial, hindi naman kailangan ng financial yung platinum certificate, no? Okay ba? Kasi yung kung kuan lang, no, yung as I discussed kanina, kung yung isa doon, no, halimbawa, kadalasan kasi na nag-expire sa experience namin yung mayor's permit tsaka tax clearance. So titignan lang yon kung yung naka-indicate doon sa certificate kung valid pa ba or during the date of bidding. Now, if ever hindi na valid, so that's the time na mag-submit sila dapat ng renewed ng tax clearance or mayor's permit, no? Kasi yung technical, yung financial documents, dito naman yan titignan sa dito na sa NFCC, no, pag-evaluate ng NFCC, saka yung yun nga, yung sa NFCC ang pinaka-importante diyan. Tapos yung technical documents, hindi naman nagsasubmit ng yung contractor ng, kasi yung technical documents, hindi ba, yung mga SLCC tsaka statement of ongoing, so hindi naman nagsasubmit yan per project kasi ang consideration diyan. So hindi na so yung certificate na yung platinum certificate na na dapat tignan na yung mga sinabi ko kanina, yung apat na tignan lang na hindi valid pa ba ang expiry, valid pa ba yon, hindi pa ba expire na naka-indicate doon sa certificate during the time of bidding. Okay?
Okay, for our next question po, can the Bids and Awards Committee, upon evaluation, disqualify a lowest calculated bidder whose bid prices for each item exceeds from the individual approved budget, but the total bid amount is just within the whole ABC of the project? And can we post-qualify the highest calculated bidder of the said project who had incurred liquidated damages from their previous contract from our agency?
So come again. So can the Bids and Awards Committee, upon evaluation, disqualify allowance to be whose bid prices for each item exceeds from the individual approved budget? So yung individual, no, each item exceeds, but the total bid amount is just within the whole ABC. The budget can be postponed. Itong number 1, no, wala naman tayong sinasabi na unbalanced bid. So kahit yung mga items of work niya, no, yung amount ng each item of work mag-exceed doon sa individual item ng approved budget of the contract, as long as yung bid price niya, hindi yung total bid amount hindi mag-exceed ng EBC, tanggap pa rin yun. No? Hindi, kasi hindi naman ibig sabihin na individually, may mataas na bid na hindi natatanggapin. Kasi ang consideration natin dyan, yung total EBC. No? So dito sa kuan, can we post qualify the highest calculated bidder of the said project? Ano to sa kwanto was incurred allocated damages from the previous contract from our agency. Ito kasing delay. Meron tayong mga required percentage kanina. Meron tayong required percentage niyan for ano na dapat siya na i-terminate. So dapat hindi siya 15% 15% delayed, no? Dapat hindi siya, ang required kasi dapat hindi siya 15% delayed. Pero itong liquidated damages baka maliit lang, no? Hindi naman umabot ng 15%. Yun lang, tignan lang kung hindi ba lampas ng 15%. Okay?
Okay, for our next...
Yung delay niya, yung delay ba niya?
All right, sir. So for our next question po, may a bidder, a newly put up small B contractor without any experience be considered? Again,
Yes.
sir, may a bidder, a newly put up small B contractor without any experience be considered?
Ang ibig sabihin diyan na kasi yung provision no yung hindi ba similar ba? Halimbawa, dapat meron siyang experience, no? Halimbawa, ibig sabihin niyan is kung ang project for bidding is concreting, no? Tapos yung experience niya is mostly buildings, qualified siya. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng provision, pero not necessary yung experience, dapat experience siya as a contractor, not necessary similar to the contract to be bid. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng provision. So dapat experienced contractor na siya kahit anong project category pa yon. Yun nga, sabi ko, kung roads ang contract to be bid, then experience niya building, qualified siya. No, provided na yung allowable, yung AR's allowable range of contracting capacity niya is pasok pa din, no? Pasok pa din doon sa yung natapos ba niya na project ba na pasok pa ba din doon sa allowable range of contracting capacity. Yung ARCC ba, no? Pero with regards sa experience, hindi na kailangan ang similar. But still, meron dapat, yung experience, meron siyang experience, but hindi necessary na similar.
All right, sir. So for our next question po, can we accept a bid without the signature on the mother envelope?
Hindi naman required yata yung signature, parang marking lang naman yan, no? Iba ko lang, no, kung parang sa diskusyon kanina, wala namang signature ang kailangan. Yung signature doon sa mga documents ang hindi dapat i-accept. No, markings lang naman yun, tsaka sealing. No? Pero still have to be verified, no, kung required ba ang signature. But kung walang signature, markings lang, so yun, pwede i-accept.
Okay, sir, for our next question po, kung magpapabid kami ng hardware materials ng iba't ibang projects, kanya-kanyang PR every project, matatawag ba na splitting of contracts?
Hindi. Natanong na last time yan eh. Kasi kung iba't ibang project yan, so Hindi matatawag na splitting yan. By admin siguro ito, no? By admin. So, pwede ring i-combine, no? Pero i-combine sa isang bidding, pero ang pagsiseparate na naman yan, mahirap. So, advice niya na separate na lang yung procurement. Lalo na iba't iba ang project kasi for purposes of monitoring ba, no? Kung kapilis, lalo na sa payment na kasi kada project merong kanya-kanyang funding yan, no? Except kung talaga, no, na isang funding lang, pero kung iba-iba ang funding, so naging iba-iba din ang project, so hindi matatawag na splitting yan. Okay?
All right, sir. Next question po. Regarding contract termination po, the supplier already received the NOAA and put up already performance bond or cash band po. Cash band. And supposedly it's for delivery. What should be the process on contract termination?
Contract termination, dahil doon sa yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, yung last. Yung last, no, yung brought about ba yan ng declaration of state of calamity? Kasi pag NOAA, wala nang atrasan yan pag may NOAA. I think hindi applicable yan Sige lang, ipapalang natin yan, no? Hindi ko masagot yan ngayon kasi
Okay, sir. So regarding questions po na ito po, we will take note of this and rest assured that we will be releasing FAQs that will answer these questions po, pati na rin po yung nauna. So, and that concludes our open forum. Please note again that some questions that were not included in the open forum may be discussed as it's not covered by today's topic. Again, if you have more questions, you may still ask them out even after this webinar by visiting slido.com. All you have to do is to just type the event code #government_procurement_PH, to which the GPPB TSO will answer through an issuance or through FAQ. So again, guys, you can already check our FAQs if you have some concerns that can be answered, or you can see answered through our release FAQs on our website. Again, with that, we would like to thank our research speaker, Engineer Christopher Y. Ursal, for leading a very informative and comprehensive discussion on sessions for today, for graciously accepting our invitation to be part of this online training. Again, maraming salamat po, Engineer.
Okay, thank you everyone. No, kung yung dalawang question na hindi ko nasagot, siguro kasi may mga mga issue ba na dapat pa din pag-aralan, no? Anyway, I hope lang na sa mga naibigay ko, at least that would be a big help. Although siguro mayroon ako nakalimutan, pero at least I hope na yung naibigay makakatulong na yun sa inyo, no? And that will make you an effective procurement practitioner. And thank you sa GPPB, no, for giving me the opportunity to lecture. Okay, thank you.
Okay po. So, as I've said earlier, yung two questions po na medyo hindi po tayo nabigyan ng clear answers will be noted and will be answered through the release of FAQs po ng GPPB. Again, as our session ends, let me provide you a synthesis of our today's activity. Again, we had an entire session on standard bidding procedures for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services, where we had a comprehensive discussion on the key concepts in the bidding procedure for the procurement of goods, goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services, where we highlighted the general principles and considerations for the respective procurement undertakings led by our today research speaker, Engineer Christopher Y. Orsal. So before we end our today's session, allow me to make a few final reminders. Again, we would like to remind our participants to please register to our online training management system of the GPPBTSO by visiting the link flashed in your screens and using the control number emailed to you by our events secretariat. We would also like to remind our participants to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance sheet through Google Forms by visiting the link shared to you by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat box. Rest assured that all information gathered for this online training shall be treated with utmost confidentiality consistent with the provision of Data Privacy Act. Finally, again, for tomorrow's session, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 a.m. and we would like to request everyone to log in at least 10 minutes before the program. And also please be advised that we shall again, using the Zoom platform, and the credential was sent to you likewise by our event secretariat. Again, this concludes our third day of the online training for the municipal local government units on Republic Act 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations batch 4. This has been your facilitator, Marky Duetes. Thank you and see you again tomorrow. But before that, may we have a group photo opportunity for our day 3. Again, may I request everyone to please open their webcams. We also request our research speaker, Engineer Ursal, to join us again for our group photo opportunity. All right, so we will be having 3 shots for this session. Okay, for our first shot, show us your best smile in 3, 2, and 1. For our second shot, 3, 2, and 1. And for our last shot, 3, 2, and 1. All right. Again, thank you. See you tomorrow and ingat po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you po. God
Thank you, Sir
bless.
Chris.
Salamat, sir.